Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the European Sports Car Championship. We are here in the Ardennes Forest of Belgium. It is Spa-Francorchamps for round number 4 of this fantastic championship. 4 hours racing still to come here in this race this afternoon. And what a legendary, the most famous corners in world motorsport, El Rouge and Radion. We have got an absolute belter of a race view. I'm Matthew Duffin, joined by Lorenzo Bonda in the commentary box. Lorenzo is just away at the moment, so we will get into the championship standings before we get to speak with him. We do have a few driver interviews to chat with as well before we get into this race. Qualifying is well underway. At the moment, some of the classes have already done their qualifying. I think we're on the LMP2s at the moment. But the championship standings, LMP2 classification, been a great series so far. Impact SimSport are the ones that lead the way, 5 points clear of NOP with the Tri-State Racing, the top 3. You see the rest of the 14-car class making up the rest of the field. Great to see some great names out there. The LMP2 Pro AMS. It is Alpine by XRL Esports from Velotti Racing and Delta V, your top 3 in that one. We then go to the LMP3 classification, where it is Velotti Racing from Kitsune Racing and Simitok Sensations. What a battle they had last time out at Imola a month ago, and I'm sure they're going to provide us with another fantastic bit of action in the LMP3 group this afternoon. And we have the LMGT3 class, which is Vortex, 6 points clear of Quidash, who are then leading by Delta Racing by Tri-State. BMW didn't have the best of Imolas, but it would be an interesting one. Quadash, obviously, after that second place, bounced back with a win. And speaking of the Vortex team, we can actually bring Maiko van Luck in for a quick chat. Maiko, welcome. You're live on the European Sports Car Championships channel. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good. Very excited for today. So yeah, everything good.
Going to be an interesting race. Home race for yourselves in this one. It's going to be an interesting 4 hours, to say the least.
Yeah, indeed. We are very excited. Very looking forward to it. It's a lovely track, and of course, home race. So that makes it a lot better.
We've entered the second half of the season. You've got a 6 point lead in that championship going into now these last 3 races. Are you looking at that at the moment, or is it race by race?
Actually, just race by race. I think the grid is very evenly matched. So it's just race by race. Try to enjoy, and at the end we will see.
Talk us through a bit of today's race. How's the Audi feeling for you and your teammate at the moment? What's the thought going into today?
At the start of the practices, we were a bit uncomfortable because Blanchimont was a bit tricky for us. But throughout the weeks, we managed it, and now the car feels lovely again. So yeah, we are excited.
Ready to go for this one. I do believe it is yourself and England still in the car for today's race. No changes on the lineup today?
No changes.
Brilliant. Well, have the best of races. We wish you the best of luck, and hopefully we'll speak to you at the end.
Thanks, mate. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That is Maiko van Luck there in the commentary box here. In the LMGT3, obviously the Vortex Audi. We can now bring in James Seal as well in the LMP3 car. James, you are live on the European Sports Car Championship channel. Good afternoon. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Good afternoon.
First of all, you've done your qualifying. It's in the bag. P6 at the moment in LMP3. How was qualifying for you?
Qualifying was actually pretty consistent, to be honest. We started off a bit slower, as everyone, because the track and tyres were still warming up, and by the time we got to our second to last lap, final lap, we were gaining time, and yeah, P6 is a pretty good starting place for our first round in the ESCC.
Obviously, debut round, as you've just said, for you today. How's the nerves, first of all?
The nerves are starting to kick in. Me and Harley Byrne are very nervous, but we're also very excited for our debut race.
Plenty of, I assume, preparation has gone into this one. 4 hours, tough event to do. How's the preparation been? How's the car feeling for this afternoon?
Well, we all know that there's no such thing as not enough preparation, because you can always have more. Yeah. Our preparation has been really good. We've tried different setups. Of course, tried different weather conditions on the track, and yeah, no, I'm feeling good for the race.
Both you and your teammates look up for this one. Obviously, first race, it's about keeping your nose clean, just getting some points on the board, isn't it? Over trying to do anything silly within that first hour.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, we're just going to race our race.
Yeah.
Just see what happens. To be honest, if we can get points, amazing. But we're just looking to survive at Spa, because we all know what can happen at Spa. Anything really. So yeah.
Well, James, I'm not going to keep you any longer. I'll let you get back into the your team chat. Get ready, prepared for this race. Best of luck for you and your teammate this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you. See you later.
See you later. That is James Seal there, who is ready to go for this race this afternoon. What is going to be an interesting show nonetheless today. I think we're in for a belter of a race. I think we've got a real good track conditions as well. You heard James there saying practicing in different conditions, so are we expecting a bit of weather today? We're seeing there that we've got cloudy conditions. It is registering as a 27 degree track temperature, only 22 degrees ambient on this cloudy day. So James saying that he's been practicing in all sorts of weather. Does that suggest that weather is around for today's race? That's going to be an interesting one, James, in the number 55 DSDF Racing at Leisure LMP3 car. That's going to be one to take to see what to see what we can do with them. And yeah, this is going to be an interesting race for sure. Currently in the qualifying session, just coming towards the end. Everybody has finished qualifying, and we will run through the grid the moment we get the grid order to you. Apologies for not showing the end of qualifying there. We have just had a few technical issues, and hopefully everything is sorted to go in this race as we get ready to start in about 6 minutes time, 5 minutes. We are experiencing a connection issue. This is the problem we're having. You can see the black screen there. That is the technical issue we are having at the moment. So we do apologise for any inconveniences so far. We hopefully will get this resolved and brought back to you as soon as possible. Lorenzo, I believe, is now back with us. Lorenzo, good afternoon. Welcome back to the commentary box. How are you?
C'est moi, mon ami. C'est moi. Good afternoon. Good way to kick off the second half of the season into Spa, the highest burning track in terms of fuel. Probably the one that is going to have some interesting afterthoughts about strategy, especially with the tires for the LMP2s and all. But looking forward for these next 4 hours.
Yeah, looking forward to these next 4 hours. It's going to be a fantastic race. We had a brilliant race at Imola, and the great tracks keep on coming. None more famous than Spa, is there? And like you said, strategy is going to be an interesting one with the fuel.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially given the fact that the pace difference between the LMP2s, we were seeing at one point like 209s, 208s being set by the cars, and then the GT3s around 218s. 9 seconds is probably, I'm not going to say one of the shortest, but it's close to one of the shortest that we have so far in the season. I know the fuel burn, I know, realistically speaking, people would say, oh, okay, we know the GT3 cars can go a little bit faster, maybe 217s on the current tire that iRacing has. But it's still very fast nevertheless. This pace gap that we have nowadays for the cars, 10 to 9 seconds on Spa is literally nothing.
Yeah, it isn't a lot at all, and that's going to provide tricky when the LMP2s come round to put a lap on the GT3 cars. In terms of strategy, Lorenzo, obviously team manager out there for one of the teams. What are we looking for the LMP2s, the LMP3s and the GT3s? How long are we looking per stint, if you will? Obviously, I think it was about 45 minutes, wasn't it, back at Imola? Are we looking around about the same today?
No, not even close. Like I said, it's the highest fuel burning track, the highest fuel burn track of the entire season. You burn, let's just say if you have 75 liters, you can burn like 5 liters per lap. So we expect maybe up to 35 minutes, maybe we would see 40 maybe. It's quite risky, but I don't think seeing that. I expect something close to 30, between 35 to 38 minutes. I think in terms of full fuel stint.
Is that for the LMP cars? If we're talking LMGT3, what are we expecting for them guys?
Around the hour. It can go lower, believe it or not. I've seen it go lower, but it depends on how does the cars want to behave around the racetrack. If they want to be very aggressive out of the gate, they're gonna last about 58 minutes. I think 55 to 58 minutes. You can do over 1 hour, maybe with fuel saving here and there, and get to about 1 hour and 3-4 minutes tops on your sim. LMP3s, I would give or take right on the same average maybe as the LMP2s too.
Yeah, so there we go. That's what we're looking pit stop wise for you eagle-eyed fans out there. 30 to 40 minutes, 30 to 35 minutes roughly for the LMPs, and around the hour mark for the LMGT3s. Again, apologies for the slight technical hiccup at the moment. We hope to bring you pictures of the end of qualifying and the start of the race very shortly.
Yeah, actually, good correction. Corbin just brought this information up. I said right from the top of my head, and I said for this from experience. Apparently, around 19 to 21 laps on the LMP2, so we give or take about close to 40 minutes as we see the track conditions. This is going to go up like a scorch on track. Don't expect that to stay cold and mild like this at 27 degrees. So I expect it to be on the mid-high 40s. If the weather on Belgium in iRacing with a Tempest works as the same as it did for today at Portimão for the 1K special event, so we expect close to 50 degrees, even with partially cloudy skies.
There we go. So we are expecting it to ramp up. It is only 11 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, the time will tick through the day with 4 hours to go. And so we're currently at 28 degrees track temperature, 22 ambient at the moment. So it's going to be an interesting race. 24 kilometers an hour wind speed as well. So that's an interesting one to keep our eyes on for the behavior of the car. Interesting to see today out there. I think looking at his qualifying time so far, Lorenzo, that the times are all pretty close, aren't they, in qualifying? We're seeing in LMP2 that Street Trend Sim Racing only a couple of tenths quicker than Impact Sim Sport. They're only a tenth quicker than P3. It's been interesting the times looking at them that there's not a clear sort of leader in qualifying, is there? The times are all pretty close.
Yeah, you're right. It's right around the verge. I would say maybe 3-4 guys closing on this battle. If you want to call it like the top 5 from Street Trends all the way into P5, they could be fighting. But even then, you can kind of like bring Tanner Pratt, Hugo Robb, and the Gazx team to also get closer and fight against them. Yeah. But I would start looking really, in my point of view, towards the Pro-Am, right? We knew Liam de Kock, how fast he was back at Imola, and the only guy in Pro-Am that actually was on pace with the pros.
Yeah.
And over here, I'm not going to say it's wholly different. His lap is not the fastest lap. The fastest lap is Norbert Hegge. So, but it's a team that we should look forward to, how Velati is going to come around here. But the quality laps between everybody, bar from the top 2, which are 1/10 apart, they're very close, and anybody has a game in there.
Lorenzo there. So hopefully we can get that back as well. Again, apologies. We all just experiencing some technical issues today out there. So hopefully we can get these sorted and back up and running for you. And yeah, it's interesting to see what we've got out there. Hopefully we can get Lorenzo back.
Am I back?
Or have I lost it?
Okay, apparently I'm still alive.
No, apologies. Sorry, apologies. Ignore me. Then my headset had just died on me. So we didn't lose anybody. It was my headset that fell off. Apologies, Lorenzo.
It's all right. As you deal with the stuff, we can see. I think we have already some of the action around the racetrack. I think qualifying is already done for everybody. I think they're just trying to bring it back to the pits. Is it this confirmed, Samuli? I think we got live pictures. Okay, good. So our director Samuli Kumo just said we do have live pictures now on the racetrack. Again, we apologize, right, Matthew, to everybody, but that's just how live broadcast is sometimes. We have our wrenches in the mix, but we get them solved eventually.
It's the beauty of live television. Lorenzo, just want to speak about the LMGT3 class today. A lot of different cars out there, as we know: Porsches, BMW, Ford, Lamborghini, Corvette, McLaren, Acura, Audi, and Ferrari. What car, LMGT3 wise, really suits this Spa circuit?
Wow, good question. As I spell out a good like a good film. I wonder if Mully's gonna be proud of me. But anyway, to be honest, I really don't know. If I have to take a wild guess, my expectations would be around the Mustang. It would be a mixture of Mustang, maybe Ferrari here would be really good, but of course he got some down on power from the last round, 25%, 0.25% more, 3 kilos added into the car. The BMW sometimes is kind of good as well. It's a car that, because of the turbo, the bi-turbo actually works a little bit well as well. Normally in the officials, the Acura was one of the selected cars because it is just the fastest car around. But in that sense, I would say look for maybe the Mercedes around here, even though they have 13 kilos, the Mustang, Ferraris, and potentially a BMW here and there.
There we go then. So keep your eyes on the Mercedes and obviously Quadash. The Mercedes team in form, aren't they? Second place back at the Nürburgring. They got the win last time out at Imola, and it's been their races at the very end that has helped them win. And this has been what's really put Quadash into a strong position in this championship so far this season.
Yeah, I think not only the regularity helps them, but I think they're well set up within that Mercedes. It's incredible what they've done at Imola. They came off a really good result, nearly won a Nürburgring, right? We saw them battle at the final laps, and we said keep an eye on these guys. You know, the Mercedes on this build specifically has been really good, especially on the top end. So it's been grippy. I think we can go to our qualifying, Matthew. We can go that, and then we can talk a little bit more about this track.
Yeah, we can have a look at the qualifying standings. And it was Marcus Byfeld who was the pole sitter in the LMP2 category from Corbin Lenway. Then it was Peter Hermich in P3. Felipe Sorna, fourth place. LMP2, Michael Simpson from Tanner Prater. Hugo Robb from Tobias Heckman. Pedro Marquez, Florian Becker, Victor Arula. And then Robin Host in P12 in the LMP2 category. LMP2 Pro-Am was Norbert Hegi on the pole for the Pro-Am category. It was Pierre Sundrup in second place. Liam de Kock from Dan de Ruyter. Aria Best from Julian Goffnet in P6, Fabian Elbers, Luis Vasquez, and then Fabiano Candido in P9. LMP3, 8 cars for them today. It was Marco Discontanzo was first place. From then that of Marius Gender from Amy Grime. Then it was Onno Zonneveld, Zachary Leibold, James Seal, Tane Hodson, and then David Goff was P8. And in LMGT3, it was out of Davide Mahadwi, I believe, Trevor Burns, Michael Van Luck, Ryan Stringer, Ronnie Richer, Benjamin Carvalho, Leonardo Toledo, Aaron Beaver, Jesse Molina, Nathan Edwards, Roman Hubermont, Connor Swain, Jordan Newman, Nicholas Gabriels, Jacob Thigh, and Maximi Bezeru. And apologies if I've absolutely butchered any of them pronunciations here. We'll try and get them right as we move on through the season. Yeah, that's the grid order for today's race. Start procedure just about to get underway as we're about to take the green for the formation lap here. Beautiful day at Spa once again. We've seen in the last 2 rounds as well at the Nürburgring and at Imola, we've seen an opening or the end of lap 1 virtual safety car appear. What will happen today at Spa? Will we get that virtual safety car appear at the end of lap 1? Hopefully not. Hopefully we get green for a good stint of this race. But it's going to be an interesting one. This is Marcus Beifelt in the NOP car. Real good race recently, but he had a bit of bad luck, didn't he, down at the last race?
Yeah, I think bad luck is an overstatement. It was just a string of bad stuff going to worse, going to miserable, then like, God, get me out of this race.
Yeah.
While they're saying that he's Swedish, and maybe trying to spout a few Odin, Thor-esque names in the meanwhile, while they're spouting out these cries for help. So yeah, but we know the top talent they have in this championship. Hoping they can have a really fast and clean race moving forward. But we know how turn 1, I'm not going to say turn 1, how the Source and All Rouge and Radeon tend to be with cold tires on lap 1. Especially with the new tires.
Yeah, and I think this is where the opening lap is going to be an interesting thing to watch, isn't it, in this race? La Source into All Rouge Radeon, even as far as down to Le Combe at the end of the Kemmel Straight. It's just going to be interesting to keep our eyes on what happens in this race, isn't it? The opening lap is going to be a crucial one for the drivers to get right.
Yeah, I would say it's the most nail-biting, and I say this while I try to trim my nails. No, I'm lying. Or I'm biting my nails, whatever that floats your boat. But yeah, something like that. So it's gonna be the highest elevation change they're gonna face this season by a long stretch. And I mean in a abrupt elevation change, because Imola has some elevation change going from the bottom of the racetrack all the way up into Variante Alta. So. And more importantly is how the LMP3s behave. This was a really brought up point here on our broadcast chat, because they're still on the old tires. So we know they have to get nerfed so they don't match the LMP2's own early race pace.
Yeah.
But even then, with the ballast, they can kind of match what the LMP2, especially the Pro-Ams, because it is the bronze drivers they start. They can kind of do this. I'm not going to say the same speed, but the same entry, maybe exit speed at the very early launch, and then maybe entry off the corners. And for a track that has so much track elevation and abrupt changes like Spa, this could bring trouble. And we know on how it went on Imola. We know how it went on Nürburgring. We know how it went on Barcelona. I wonder if the pattern could repeat here. I hope not.
Well, let's wait and see. They come into Blanchimont now for the final part of the formation lap. It has been a great start to this season, and we hope that it will continue through today. It really has been a fantastic championship, and it's been one to keep our eyes on as this season's gone. Battles happening everywhere you look this season, and this could be going into that final 3 rounds. This, Silverstone and Portimão Algarve coming up in a few months' time. This could be one of them races that you look back on and think, well, what happens if I'd have done this? But they enter the bus stop chicane for that final time in this formation lap. And we are about to go green here as they come down. The safety car is into the pit lane. We are about to go green here at Spa, and it is a good start from Marcus Byfeld on the pole, who gets away well, already leads into the source, pulls across to the racing line. We all come to abreast as the LMP3s and GT3s also take their race start, but it's a good LMP2 start at the front. There's a car back.
Oh no!
Carnage for Pierce Sundrup in the impact car. A few spinners as well. That is a ruler for the WOSR team in the LMP2 category. So a few stragglers at the background. Liam de Kock, who had the pace we were saying about earlier, he's also had a few moments in Team Velotti. He's now in that GT3 pack that are coming up towards El Rouge for the first time of asking. And here we go, look, the Corvette and the McLaren side by side with the Velotti LMP2 car. They managed to negotiate El Rouge, and there's even more space at the top of Radio. In fact, even more. I only see the one. That is Sundrup. That could be the damage due to that car. A quieter start than I was expecting there.
Yeah, absolutely. And this could trigger a virtual safety car or even a full course yellow, given the circumstances, how the car is actually limping around the racetrack. But we need to look what happened on La Source, as Sundrup is already stopped. So this is going to bring out a virtual safety car, most likely. And like I said before, you know the pattern, Matthew. We knew the pattern. We knew how co-tires can be over here. We're going to look on the replay what happened.
Yeah, let's see what happened. And this is on with Pierce Sundrup here then. Coming down into turn one. Oh, just gets tagged from the back, spun across.
Fury.
He then collects two more other cars, and it was the Fury car, the Fury Simsport car that had tagged him round. I don't know what happened to the blue car at the bottom of the screen. That went round, and it's only the incident, but yeah, a little tag there from Pearson. Just couldn't really do anything. As he spun around, he's collected the car from rolling backwards.
Yeah,
and a big up El Rouge. Just on the curb. Oh, dear me. And there we go. That is why the car is struggling to get back to the pit lane. That is why I assume we're possibly going to see a safety car. Full course yellow is what has come out.
Yeah, for the surprise of how many people?
Well, I was expecting virtual safety car. So
I expected something similar, but I think we might get a virtual safe. I'm not going to say we're going to get a virtual safety car. I think this is going to be a full course yellow until they bring it back to the pits. I think they can bring it back as just like, it will take a while.
Yeah. Full course yellow, for those who are new, cars have to slow down to 80 kilometres per hour. Pit lane is closed, and obviously you cannot overtake. So this will be out while we sort out the car off circuit down at the hairpin, wasn't it? Down at Rivage is where it's had its moment. So hopefully that gets sorted out and the full course yellow will go away, and we'll be back to green flag racing. But already, Marcus Byfeld, great start from him. He's got a 4-second gap back to Corbin Lenway, who we're on board with now. Second place. Look at the gap that Marcus Byfeld has got. Really had a good opening lap there.
Yeah, I think being the leader makes a huge difference, because you pass the pressure to everybody else right behind you. And because of that, I think he just felt so sure. If you look properly, also, Matthew, he was the only car that went single into La Source. Nobody else went as a single car or in a file following one or other. Everybody else was side by side, and unsurprisingly, they are with those 4-second with that 4-second gap, because they earned it that way, just because how relaxed you could do the start.
Yeah, and it was a good start from them. This is the Ferrari of the Italian job team there. Davide on board that one, and the Acura up into second place behind him. So a good start from the Acura. The Audi of Van Luck down to 16th place. So
I was gonna say,
qualified third, if I remember rightly as well. So was third at the start of this race and has had a moment to drop down. Hopefully Samuli can find us a replay there, Lorenzo, because that's an interesting one.
Yeah, you were talking about it.
Here we go.
Don't tell me he's gonna get spun around at the exit of the bus stop. 1 and 2.
Oh dear.
Ouch.
Yeah, and that's a bit more painful, I'd say. I think that's a bit more painful than having a first corner incident, because you've done that all on your own.
4,
Yeah, it's like
1. Full course yellow.
how can I put this? It makes me feel like bang my head into a wall after that as we go green flag.
Yeah, we do go back to green flag racing. Florian Becker, 7th place currently in the LMP2 category. Down to 8th place though, because he's having a fight there with Prata in the NL Academy car. He's that was Hossett, in the APO car. He's managed to get up ahead. That is, and Prata just behind him. So for Florian, not the restart he would have wanted. Just got caught napping a little bit for Becker there. For the Mermica team. And down in towards the middle sector of this lap we go. So NOP, they've had a great restart as well. Gap was 4 seconds. They've extended to 7 already. So a great restart from them. But Becker currently having to do a job. With then that of Prata on the back of him. Prater on the back of him, sorry. In 9th place. Good bit of racing here at Spa already early on. So we're 5-6 minutes into this race. Full course yellow has gone away. We're back to green flag racing. Great start here at Spa. And at the moment, the LMP2 is just following each other nicely. And I just want to bring up something you were saying on the formation lap there. The LMP3s aren't going to drop off the back, are they, as quickly with that early lap pace from the LMP2s as we'd have seen. Obviously, the full course yellow has helped that a little bit, with drivers able to get the tyres up to pressure a little bit more and temperatures. The LMP3s are going to be in this race at the start, aren't they? As Discontanzo, the leader in LMP3. Just a little look there for the Simitok car. P2 just behind. Have a look to the outside of the bus stop chicane. Compromise he's run through there, but we get our first full racing lap. We start now our first full racing lap, hopefully, of this Spa race.
Yeah, and a side you really don't want to be seeing is side by side going to All Rouge early on, but they find a way to go into a file right before the corner, but they're going to find it off right after the rise of the crest.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my God.
Huge impact. We said side by side isn't going to work. They've tried to have a look up through the top of Radion. That is Marquez for turn 1 team there. And that is Elbers in the Alpine by XRL car. Had a great run in the Pro-Am. Was a winner, I believe, in the Pro-Am back at Imola. And that is a huge incident. You see on the timing tower the meatball flag being shown to that Alpine car. They are not moving an inch. And I think now we're going to get a virtual safety car.
Yeah, this is going to be... Bring it in.
Disabled over the hill, please.
Yep, yellow. Make sure you are careful at the top of Radion. I think that was the Delta State BMW, wasn't it? The white one there that nearly had that incident with the Alpine car that he sat stationary, and the meatball flag on the side. Impact in the pit lane, as we know, in LMP2 Pro Am. And yeah, that's his. That's a horrible sight to see. That is not moving. And let's see what happened then. So, side by side, top of Radion just squeezed a little bit.
Yeah, but I didn't understand what I don't know what was the behavior coming out of the drivers right there, right at the top of Radion, you know, because out. Hello there. Okay, good. Because from what I saw in between turn 1 and Alpine, it's like, I know you're not within the same category, but nobody want to give it up space. I think this is the traditional case that nobody wanted to give up space to someone else. You're gonna see here, there's a lockup from Prismatic. Not gonna say Prismatic, but that's from P17 from Norbert. As soon as he goes over, he's gonna foul right behind the area, but I think turn 1 is gonna get caught up in the middle of the sandwich. He's gonna lose some momentum, and Fabian is just gonna put that car towards the outside. I don't know if you wanted to try to force the move or just try to hang out around that inside. But like I said before, nobody wanted to give it up an inch.
I'd be interested to see if we can get Samuli to just play that back, and if he can possibly just slow it down for us on the onboard of the Alpine car. Because it did look like as he's come up, he's obviously got such momentum and such a run up El Rouge that he's pulled out from the slipstream of the car in front as to not hit the back of him. And did he just look like the car he was fighting just come across him a little bit?
It did. You're going to see turn 1 come across his line.
Yeah, here we go.
Right at the top.
This is up at... Brilliant from Samuli. Slows it down here. So look at this. So the Alpine car, it's got such a run, turns in, realises he's got to come out the slipstream because otherwise he's going to hit the car. And yeah, it just comes across him a little bit. Very interesting. I'm sure race control will want to take a look at that. A huge hit into the wall, but I think the Alpines avoided an incident, and then turn one have just come across him.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if there was like a slight movement of the steering wheel from Alpine, because you just come out as soon as you come out of the Radeon, he pulls out to the right hand side and tries to stick into that inside gap that exists right there. He can use that car. That gap exists. But I don't know, as soon as he lined up that car into the inside, the steering moved up a little bit to the left. And kind of coincided with the turn one car trying to avoid the momentum a little bit and try to close that inside gap, and they made contact. But then again, we're not stewards. We're just making up with what we have on screen, right? What is thrown at us.
I've always said, Lorenzo, and I don't know if you agree, but the hardest job is the people who are the stewards in race control. We just talk about it. The drivers drive it. The hardest job is the stewards to make sure the decision is correct and the right one.
Yeah, that's why that kind of headache. I surely say thank God I don't have to face it anymore, because I've been there.
So we are now under full-blown safety car, and this is not the end of lap 1, so it's not the same as Nürburgring and the same as Imola, but it was the start of lap 2 or 3, I think it was. And we've not really got going yet. We've not had a full racing lap to go at the moment. So we're under full-blown safety car conditions. Now, Alpine are in the pits. We've had impact in the pits. They've been there for 8 minutes. Turn 1 are also in the pit lane, obviously with some damage they may have picked up. The Screeching Mooses are also in the pit lane in the LMGT3 category. They've been in there for 4 minutes. That's a lengthy pit stop, so they must have had a moment somewhere as well.
Yeah, maybe. It's a good question. I don't know if they picked up any damage from any other cars around. It's a good question. Looking forward to see how this one will go. Here we go. Screeching Moose.
See, we ask, and Samuli, our director, our producer, he delivers, comes into the chicane. Oh,
already damage on the rear left.
Yeah, so let's take a look then. This is coming through Stavlo.
Reminder that pit lane is closed.
Rear goes on the curb, rear goes light, got the damage already there. We are trying to find what has happened. So we're just going through all the instances that we can see from this car. That's the Dynaco Porsche. There's Van Luck in the Audi. He's dropped the rear there at Pouon, and that's where the damage has been picked up from. So the rear just goes light through Pouon there, and backwards into the wall he goes.
Yeah, unsurprisingly so. That's unfortunate for Jacob, though. But that's what happens when the cars are still picking up the rubber and putting heat into the tires. These corners like Pouon, the exit of Stavolo going to Coffre, they're gonna be a little bit more tricky for you to handle with cold tires, and unfortunately that was the case for Jacob right there, and our fellow Mooses are basically hornless into the pit lane.
Well, hopefully they get that sorted and come out. Impact are on their way out of the pit. That was the car that had the moment on lap 1, Sundrup, so he's come out the pit lane after a good 10.5 minute pit stop. That's how lengthy that one was for him. The Screeching Mooses are out of the pits. They've gone a lap down because of this as well. In fact, they've gone 2 laps down, have the Screeching Mooses. Turn 1 still in the pit lane. They've only gone a lap down. Alpine are in the pit lane. They've only gone a lap down. And obviously, Impact 4 laps down. But there's this 3 hours and 45 minutes left of this race. It's a long way to go. Anything can happen. This is the beauty of endurance racing. There are a few laps down. It doesn't mean that's where they're going to be at the end of this race.
Nope, surely not. We've seen cases like you crash out of the start, have issues, and then at the end of the race, you probably would be within top 3. Who had this issue? Simitok, I think, last race, they had this issue.
Simitok, if you remember, they had the starting driver had a wheel issue, didn't he? And his steering wheel 90 degrees left. He stopped on the runoff area. Danny Bunchu, I believe, took over the car. was a lap or two down and come back to finish on the podium. Had that great scrap at the end for P2.
But it got a penalty, though.
Dropped down to P3. So, yeah, but it was a great comeback drive from them after a wheel problem on the formation.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I agree 100%. I think the penalty, I'm not going to say overshadows their accomplishment, because coming back from the back, normally a team would be feeling defeated or something like that, but in this instance, they came back from behind and just charged. Of course, the contact, though, that happened in Imola, we can debate for hours. We knew the penalty would come because it had to be warranted, but I think it doesn't take away the heat of the battle, the beauty of the battle, and most importantly, their accomplishment to still have a really good finish at the end of the race.
Yeah, was a really good finish for them. It was a really good race for them as well, wasn't it? A great comeback drive due to them first lap problems. So we are under safety car here at Spa. 16 minutes have gone, and it is currently Marcus Byfeld who is leading the way. The safety car lights have gone off as they come in towards campus, in towards Stavolo then, and round towards the final chicane. So the safety car will go in at the end of this lap. We've obviously had a bit of a full course yellow period, now the safety car period. What does this do for that 19 to 20 laps worth of fuel? How much extra have they been able to save here?
I would say about a lap. I still don't think it's going to change the strategy a whole lot. I think it's still going to be around 40 minutes overall for the cars whenever they go into green flag into an aggregate period. Of course, this will be lengthened, I think, by 45-ish minutes. So we'll see. I would estimate maybe a lap and a lap and a half, depending how conservative they were on the fuel saving from the get-go.
So there we go. Then let's see what will happen here for this restart. Can we get a racing lap underway? We'll find out in a few moments' time as the car comes towards the bus stop chicane. You see the safety car going through it at the moment. He's going to peel off into the pit lane, and we'll be back to full racing speed here at Spa. Track temp up to 30 degrees, so it is ramping up, and we are back underway. Marcus Byfeld leads them across the line as we are back to green flag racing for the start of this fourth round of the season. Single file coming down in towards the source. It's about who can be the bravest on the brakes, but there's going to be no moves from the front four. We can see there coming through, looking back at the source, everybody getting through, single file, nice and easy. But for Byfeld in that NOP car, he's climbing up towards El Rouge. That gap of 7 seconds that he's built, he's got to do it all again, because he's got Lenaway of the impact car right with him, and in that slipstream, and you get such a slingshot up through El Rouge and Radion, then in that slipstream down towards Le Com for the first time. There you go, for the first racing time there you go since lap 1. Can Lenaway get close enough? He does, but not close enough to make a move into Le Com. There you go then. It is that of NOP and Impact, the two teams leading the way through. There you go. VGTR Esports are leading the way in LMP2 Pro-Am with that of Hedgie in the car. This is Hodgson inside second part of Lecom, just within the track limits. Doesn't make the move there on that of David Cobb. Academy, there's one off. It's had Impact. It is. It's Corbin Lenway. So was fighting for the lead, and he now, that is the, if I'm not mistaken, just going to scroll up here.
That's No Name.
Turn one's got the meatball flag, but No Name, they've come through, and Impact have dropped to the back of the pack, if you will. WOSR still not near them at the moment. What's happened here? So he's come through in towards, no, he's dropped it on his own, hasn't he? Bit too much curb on the outside. Car's gone light, clips the gravel, round it goes, and a light kiss of the wall.
Yeah, traditional coat tires killing the driver right there. Unfortunate for Delanaway. But I think he got lucky at the end of things. I think he just has a minor scrape on the front left of the car. But I don't think it's going to be a major performance loss for that number 6 after all. I think he's going to be able to creep up in the grid and catch a few positions.
We'll see what will happen for Lenaway then, for the Impact car. They are down to 10th in category at the moment. Got to come through some of the Pro-Am drivers and some of the LMP3 cars as well. Look at that, who's having their own little fight. That is car number 60, P4 in class. That is Grime at the moment, the Prismatic car, having a look on the back of Seal in the DSDF racing. We got to speak to him just before the race started. Debut for James in the DSDF team here, and that's Quadash and the Delta Racing car. Quadash with no front bumper and the Delta Racing car off and backwards. What has happened there? And Quadash straight into the bits. They've got the meatball flag as well. That has been a big hit somewhere because they're struggling to turn that car into pit lane.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the traditional maybe Blanchimont catching one and then someone else being the collateral damage. We're going to look on the replay.
So this is Stringer in the Quadash car, the Delta Racing of Toledo. On the curb, side by side. Oh, we didn't actually quite get to see what had happened there. The camera was on a different angle. So let's take a look now then. So they've come through Blanchimont. Now.
I think Brazilians lost. Too much curb.
Yes, Toledo, look. Yeah. Too much speed to the outside. Has lost it on the dirty stuff off circuit and slings him into the front and side of that Mercedes, and nothing really the Quadash car could have done there.
No, just have a waffle.
Yeah.
That's the best they can have.
Wrong place, wrong time. So Quadash in the pits with the meatball flag, as is Delta Racing there. Then we've still got the Alpine car and Turn 1 all in the pit lane. This is the WTE Pro GP team in the LMP2 Pro-Am. Lorenzo's team himself, who he's team manager for. And they are currently up into P4 in that LMP2 Pro-Am category at the moment. Candido is in the car and he's got a bit of a train behind him. That is Delta V, Fury and Velotti all behind him at the moment. Julian Goffnet is the car, giving him a flash of the lights as they come through Blanchimont, just trying to distract Candido in any way possible. Candido will just defend that inside line a little bit, comes back towards the chicane. How are the team feeling today, Lorenzo? Obviously, you're with us in the commentary box, but how are the team feeling for this one?
I'm not going to say overly confident. I think they have some feel what the car does, how's it working. But it's that thing. I think they're taking race by race. Unfortunately, the primary driver is not Fabiano. Fabiano is usually the GTP driver, and he's coming slowly into the LMP2s. This is second race in quite a time. We know the first race was back at Imola, but because of our other drivers, actually he broke his ankle, so this is why he has to take over, and he's the only bronze driver that can actually do the job, so no complaints.
Oh, there's Sorry, Lorenzo, I threw him the cock with a big bit of damage on the front. They've also got the meatball flag showing. A lot of dramas here in the early parts of Spa. We saw the Iron Lynx team coming through the pack there, P9 and LMP2. Hopefully we'll see what's happened to the cock. Shame, because he had great pace at Imola.
Yeah, very unfortunate to see that. And coming back, I think the overtake was done by Fabiano, and Fabiano did that overtake. As we just seen Goffin, right on Brussels. I was looking into this on my second screen.
On the back of Candido as well, wasn't he? A moment ago, that was through Rivage that he's had a moment in his backwards. Car looks okay, though, I'd say.
Yeah, it looks okay. I think Goffin is just going to be very frustrated because that blinking of the headlights, I think Goffin was saying to Fabiano, you're holding us up, let us go. You know, no need for a fight. Because they got very squirrely right before La Source on the previous lap. That's when Fabiano actually did the move.
And is this still going to be tyres, Lorenzo? Obviously, coming up to temperature, we've had that full course yellow, we've had the safety car. This is the second racing lap or third racing lap in a row. Is this still going to be tyres coming up to temperature here? That's if he's had that moment, we don't know what has happened, but yeah,
it's gonna damage, man. It's gonna be some damage in terms of maybe long run, because you're gonna have to nurse maybe this tire, or you're gonna force yourself to put another tire into another stint, and then maybe switch the double stint maybe to another one. But we'll see how this will go, as Reiter is now on the inside, getting a little bit aggressive towards Candido, and Candido is going to lose 2 positions, maybe 3.
Yeah, some 2 positions, maybe 3 there. That's Tobias Heckman in the Iron Lynx car, trying to come through the field. That's the Fury car of Reuter just in front of him. at the moment. So they've both got past Candido. Interesting to see. I'm wondering if we can get a replay of the Liam de Kock and then maybe the Goffnet incidences and see what happened to both of them two, because the Velotti car is into the pits at the moment for that damage, and that is the Iron Lynx having a look up the inside on the Fury car. And here is Candido, who's just defending the inside, loses out on the outside to that of the LMP2 Pro car.
Lenaway.
Driver that is. Lenaway, there we go. So that's Lenaway coming back through the field after his spin, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So this is Velotti's. This is de Kock. So I think they've put Ross in the car. They've changed their driver. So that is on the back of. I'm not sure who that's on the back of. Coming through into this.
That's the other Impact LMP2, but I think this is going to be around the Prismatic car?
I'm not seeing anything at the moment. Is Samuli, so we'll hopefully be able to bring you that. As look, 3 wide action. James Steele in the DSDF racing car comes to the outside of P1, gets one done. Looking up the inside, then on the exit of the next LMP3 car. Looking racy today on their first outing, car 55. And James, we spoke to him. He was really up for this one. The nerves was kicking in, but he was well up for his first race here at the European Sports Car Championship.
Yeah, got really smart. Trying to not go around the Tain in some of the tricky portions of the pit path and in the exit of Stavolo, going to Paul Frere. So that's really good. A good driver awareness so far from the 55. Remaining trying to stay within the close to the top end of the LMP3s, even though they're sitting closely at the back, nearly at the back of the LMP3s for now.
So Jamie P7 in LMP3 at the moment, on the back of that of Hodgson in the Tri-State car for P6. Obviously on his first race, he was saying that he was just happy to score some points and get his season underway and just take it as a learning curve today. A lot of cars in the pit lane from the start of this race. We've had Delta Racing who's come out in the pits. They've fallen behind the Screeching Mooses, and this is what we said under that safety car, isn't it? Long way to go. You can make up time even if you're a couple of laps down. Quadash are still in the pit lane. They will be there for a while. We've got Impact back out on the circuit where Velotti are still in, so Impact can try and gain some ground. Alpine still in the pits, and we've also had turn 1 in LMP2 in the pits. The only category that's not had to make a pit stop yet for damage is any LMP3 driver at the moment. The Acura of Trevor Burns for the Impact team lead the way in LMGT3, and this is Benjamin Carvalho in the old firm Ford Mustang having a fight, and that is with the Rising Panda car just in front. There is the LMP2 car pulls out to put a lap on the Rising Panda. So the Ford Mustang chasing down the Rising Panda with the Project 91 Porsche in behind of Edwards as they all come down towards Le Combe for their 9th lap of this race. And what a start to this Spa race it's been. After the first half an hour of full course yellow and a safety car, plenty of dramas though, Lorenzo, and not a lot of action thus far. The action has all been with the dramas.
Yeah, it's been with the dramas, but I still think there's some interesting things to happen. We know that Vortex slowly climbing into the ranks. That's really good to see Vortex on the rise up, so that's good. But we also have the battle potentially between Kitsune and Simitok for fourth position, as also a potential battle also between Tri-State and Delta Racing.
Oh, that is the Fury Simsport car that has gone around. That is De Ruyter. They was
bus stop.
They was racing with the Iron Lynx team a moment ago. So there they are. Look, side by side with the Iron Lynx. Brake early, let the Iron Lynx car go. Have they just dropped this on their own? A bit too eager on the throttle, maybe? No, they've tapped the rear of the Iron Lynx car and it sent them around. So thankfully nothing done to the Iron Lynx car there, and it just sent the Fury car into a spin.
Yeah, and potentially wasting some more rubber, trying to come back on track. So a little bit of a undesirable movement and an undesirable situation for Fury. Reminding that they have limited sets for tires as a Rising Panda and Old Firm, like you were saying before, fighting side by side at the start finish line.
Fighting side by side. This is the This is Richard Carvalho and Edwards in the Project 91 Porsche behind, as well as Carvalho looking up the inside and gets the move done, and in fact keeps the door open for Edwards in the Porsche to come from absolutely nowhere up the inside, and the Rising Panda through La Source loses not one but two places, and he's going to tuck in behind that Porsche now. And for Richard there, well, he come undone a little bit at the source. The big Ford Mustang punched the door wide open for that Porsche to follow him through. And now look, Edwards in that slipstream, slingshotting his way through Radion almost, with that great big Ford Mustang punching a great big hole in the air. Look for the Porsche to pull out now in towards Lecombe. Thinks better of it this time around.
Yeah, didn't want to go aggressive around the inside of Lecombe. So the one thing you really don't want to be trying to do is going into an aggressive movement where you're possibly going to lose time, especially with Vortex being slightly faster on a lap-by-lap basis compared to these guys up in front. We see a drive-through for the number 27 car.
Incident
for
48. So
yeah, we saw that.
That is the Velotti and Alpine car. So that would be the move at the top of Radion, wouldn't it? Where the Velotti car just come across a little bit. Both these teams, by the way, are still sat in the pit lane, as is the Quadash car. So they're still there in the pit lane. And then a drive-through penalty for the Velotti car there on that. Not the Velotti car, sorry. No, it was the Velotti car, wasn't it?
Yeah, they got the penalty.
Yeah, there we got him. So, dramas there.
But it was on qualifying.
No, it's a drive-through for car 27 with car 48 during qualifying. Yeah, so interesting. Well, obviously, we didn't see qualifying. Qualifying happens before we come on the air. And that one is, and I'm just going to take a look at the reports here of what has been done. So that was 29 on 48. So I'm just having a look. 29 on 48 for qualifying. I can't see anything on the report.
I see the first report is the first incident. Actually, they hit the 48 before they started the quali run. So it basically validated the 48 qualify run.
Right.
And because of that, they got the drive-through.
There we go, then. So that's potentially what the drive-through has been given for them. This is Marcus Beifeld, the leader in the LMP2 car from Hermosh in the Maimaker car, second place at the moment. And these two have really pulled a gap over the GazX team, car 63. They've got 9 seconds to the GazX car, 11 seconds if you're the leader. But there is Hugo Robb, the Swedish driver, who just hasn't got the pace of the front two.
Yeah, it's slightly surprising what these guys up in the front in OP and the Murmika MA70 Academy are doing in comparison to the remainder of the grid. You know, their laps are flying. The last lap was a 209 high, 209.5950, and the other one did a 2010. Everybody else is doing 211s, bar Carbon. So the pace difference it's nearly pro. It's like pro to pro-am level if you think about it.
Well, at the minute, Beifeld is 1.2 seconds last lap quicker than Rob in first and third. That was the gap there. It was a tenth between first and second. Like you said, Lenway is the only other driver that's down in the 2-minute 10s, lapping third fastest on the last lap, but obviously he's had that spin, a little bit of maybe bodywork damage, if you will. This is Michael Simpson, P4 with Sauna behind him in the Delta Racing car. This is the Tri-State copy, 4 at the moment in LMP2. And they see the track map, the purple dots is LMP3, the green dots is the LMGT3, light blue for LMP2 Pro-Am and the dark blue for the LMP2 cars. You're just seeing that a bit of traffic of the LMGT3s is slowly being caught upon by the leaders of this category. But just goes to show as well, look, that the LMP3s haven't massively pulled away from... the LMP3s haven't massively dropped off the back of the LMP2 cars here.
No, given the fact they are only 5 seconds slower per lap on a average pace. The Marco is doing the 213s highs, and whereas Beifeld just done the best lap of the race. It's not going to count though. Oh, sorry, not not the fastest lap of the race. Ignore me, but it's still doing 209. So it's
his lap.
4 seconds. It's not so much.
Tanner Prater here having a look all over the back in the NL Academy car of that of number 92. That is Florian Becker for the Maimaker car, the other team for the Maimaker team there. And Becker was really having to defend from Prater coming into the bus stop chicane, still defending heavily down in towards La Source. There you go. And Prater going to look around the outside of Becker. Not going to work there. Plenty of room left on that outside. Going to try and keep it side by side. Quadash have just came out the pit lane right into this LMP2 fight. They're side by side coming into El Rouge. How brave are they both? Through they go together. Line of stern comes across Radion, and it's a great move from Tanner Prater in the NL Academy car to take the place.
Slow down.
Slow down though. Has to drop back behind.
Yeah, I figured he would get a slowdown on how wide he actually ran around the inside portion of El Rouge, but doesn't take away the battle. Doesn't take away the beauty of the battle, though. No complaints. They're still close.
Yeah, still very close in this fight at the moment. They're going to keep this fight going down in towards the latter stages of this Spa lap. And at the moment, you have to say it's been a great fight, great battle. And immediately he knew that he'd taken too much of them track limits. So the Quadash car back out on track. They are 6 laps down on the leaders. Connor Swain is now into the pits as well for VR Racing. He's been in the pits for over a minute, so possibly an incident there. And we have everybody back out on circuit. If you're wanting to know the extent of the Alpine's pit stop, 26 minutes. That is how much damage they had. Prater, though, still looking to the outside of the car in front of that of Becker. And this is a great drive for the NL Academy driver, really putting on a masterclass in attacking. Gets the up and under. No, not quite. Maybe he does now in towards Stavlo. They come. Little hip and shoulder just forces the car out wide of that of the Maimaker car. An NL Academy car of Prater has to still keep fighting for another day. Really is very aggressive halfway through this first stint.
I was telling myself this could end in tears so badly, and fortunately it wasn't the case.
Wasn't the case at all. The fight isn't over though. They're going to carry on going. Let's not count anything out there, because these two, you get the feeling that when Prater gets back onto the rear of him, he's just going to try his best to keep on fighting as hard as he can in this race. It's been a cracking race so far here at Spa. Everybody out on circuit, no retirements just yet, bar Connor Swain. He's in the pit lane at the moment, and this could give the Screechy Mooses yet another position, because they are on the same lap as Connor Swain by the time they come around. So interesting to see for all these drivers so far in this race. This is what happened to Connor Swain then in this VR Racing McLaren in towards Blanchemont. We've seen a few cars lose it through Blanchemont today. And again, look, rear goes light, bounces off the wall, only a little bit. And then a bigger one, second time around. So that's why they're in the pit lane at the moment. Strange though, Lorenzo, because we've seen a lot of the LMGT3 cars go light and have a moment through Blanchemont at the moment.
Yeah, but I think it could be due to a setup. I saw when I was covering the 24 hours of Spa on the official one that these GT3s, they are very sensitive, aero sensitive and fuel sensitive with the car, how the car performs around the racetrack. So it doesn't surprise me. Maybe we see some of these cars falling in Blanchemont, just like we just saw with Connor Swain right there.
We've just seen a stop-go penalty pop up on the screen, and that is for car 48 for major avoidable contact, I believe it was.
Also for the 20, I think we saw for the 27.
Is it the 27? Have I read the wrong one? Yeah, apologies, I have read the wrong one. For avoidable contact under the safety car. That is David Goff in the NL Academy car. He's now had a moment in LMP3. So apologies, I've read the wrong one out there. That is a stop-go penalty for car 27 for avoidable contact under the safety car, that was saying there. So for them, that is not what they'd have wanted. And under the safety car violation, that seems a little silly, doesn't it? Here's Van Luck, though, who, if you remember, had that spin all on his own on the end of the formation lap and he's trying to work his way through the field. P6. Now, the timing tower's got Delta Racing have got a black flag next to their name. Lorenzo, can you shed a light on that one?
Let me see if it is. Let me see. Hold up. I'm looking it up.
We've seen a few meatball flags appear today, but the timing tower is showing a black flag now.
Oh, they apparently has been issued a stop and go for 30 seconds.
Right, so
avoidable contact under the full course yellow virtual safety car and safety car procedure.
Okay, so I've not seen that one pop up on the screen, but there's a few black flags around. So black flags, I assume, are stating penalties for cars out there on the circuit at the moment. Here's De Ruyter with a black flag next to his name as well. So just going to double check that reading out on screen. Yeah, again, they've also. So yeah, the black flag's on screen. Don't worry, they have not been disqualified from the race. So the black flag just means that they have a penalty against them. New for this week. We've seen that before. Here's Van Luck, though, looking on the back of the Rising Panda McLaren that was doing well at the start, was running on the podium earlier on, got overtaken at the source by the Mustang and by the Porsche. Van Luck now trying to get past the Rising Panda. It's got to obviously not abide to the blue flags because the LMP2 of the Alpine car will come through. When we say not abide to the blue flags, what I mean is the traditional ruling of let the car, move off the racing line. It is endurance rules, and it's down to the fast cars to overtake them. And did I see the Alpine car actually come into the pit lane there?
I was looking away for a second, but could be, yeah.
Yeah, I think that we've seen the Alpine car back into the pits. I'm not sure why. Fabian Elbers is now in the car. So we'll keep our eyes on that pit stop and see what happens. Delta Racing also in. This could be for penalties potentially then.
Yeah. And apparently, we just saw that. I was going to mention that. That way they came into the pit lane was because the 48th of Alpine has a 30-second stop and go because of the contact we saw with turn 1.
Yeah, so there we go. So that will be the black flags. Next to the name is obviously stating they have a penalty. Into the pits they come to serve their penalties then. Connor Swain back out on the circuit. Didn't actually get overtaken by the Screeching Mooses, but he's only some 16 seconds up the road. Here is Prater, who hasn't got onto the back of Becker like he once was. Becker's actually close to the back of the APO racing car of Hoost here. Host? Robin. APO Racing.
Hossot.
If we butcher pronunciations, Lorenzo's a lot better at it than myself. But the number 19 car coming through. Great to see so many cars out there on the grid today. Fantastic to see. Such a busy Spa, isn't it? Long circuit. And we're just seeing now, actually, the lap times of the top two in LMP just dipping into the 2.11s, while the Gazex of Hugo Robb staying in them 2-minute 10s. So keep our eyes on the pace there. Corbin Lenway as well, still in the 2-minute 10s. Becker falls back into the clutches of Prater here. So he's gone from attacking to defending all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's been that thing going all over and over again, and that's happening right in front of the leader of the Pro-M class. You can see Arya right in front of them. It's going to happen.
Whoa!
Contact!
Whoa, contact! And that is Becker, who has been tapped. I think he tapped the rear of the GT car and then got a tap from that of Prater behind. Prater looks slow coming in towards Blanchimont. Is he waiting for... No, both showing the meatball flag on the screen for Becker and for the Myrmica car. Sorry, for Prater and for Becker. So let's take a look what happened here. So Prater's going for a move. Becker's trying to lap the LMGT3. And Prater taps him round, and then they both get a double wallop from the other cars coming through the field. So both of them will probably end up into the pit lane now. And that really, I have to say, is on Prater there. Just as Becker was about to lap the LMGT3, goes for a move that wasn't on.
Yeah, and as soon as he came back, he knew the move wasn't on, and there was nothing that the NL car could do right there. And to make matters worse, the VGTR eSport team made contact with the Myrmica car, so that's why they have some damage. You can see the front of the car a little bit broken for Hagee.
Yep.
So you're going to see right on the inside, there's Lenaway, probably going to overtake him. Done and dusted. But look at the gap between also Hegi and Prismatic. It was really close at 1 second, right on the corner right there. Now up to 2 seconds.
Yeah, so we'll keep our eyes on that. The Prismatic car did give the NL Academy car of Prater a big wallop. So, yeah, shame for them too. They're the leaders in the Pro-Am category as well. So this could be the moment that Luis Vazquez needs for Revolution. He's on the back of Best in the Prismatic car now. There he is in the background. So this could really be the chance for Vazquez, with Hegi and possibly Best suffering with some damage. They're coming to the end of their stint, so aren't they? We're approaching that 19 lap margin. We heard that 19 to 21 laps. Obviously, they saved a little bit under the full Courchevello and the safety cost. We're possibly looking to go to 21, maybe even 22, 23, depending on fuel saving where possible. But for Best and for Hegi, they are going to be wanting to get to the end of their stint as quick as possible.
Yeah, they want to ease the bleeding a little bit. But as an upside though, if we see really how it is looking, they have a lengthy gap to W2 team, and also Revolution of sorts, so they can kind of like, not gonna say relax and sit on the paddle. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, best lap done by Beifeld, 2:09.370.
This is the battle in LMGT3. The Italian job Ferrari pulls to the outside of Radion on the Acura of Trevor Burns. Impact versus Italian job down towards the Kuhn they go. For the 17th time of asking, Acura on the inside line for the first part of it. The Italian job Ferrari gives it a lot of space. Now the Acura pays the favour back. They've got the leader of the race coming onto the back of them, and there is a change for the lead in the LMGT3 category as Beifeld sails on through to put a lap on them, and a good move there for the number 37 Ferrari car to retake the lead of LMGT3.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I was having a look into the chat that we have pre-race between drivers and everybody. I know that the Italian job boys were excited to see the car coming back and making a comeback. And what is the stylish comeback? You know, coming back P1 so far, having a really good battle against Impact, and the Ferrari looking really strong. I said the Ferrari could be a looker in this race.
Yeah, you did say the Ferrari, and the Acura at the moment doing a job. If you remember, the Acura was leading back at Imola before getting caught up. I think he got a penalty, didn't he? Had a drive-through penalty, then got tapped by one of the lapped cars in the LMGT3 race. They're still up in second place at the moment. They've got a good gap back to the Ford Mustang, though. They've got a 14-second gap back to the Ford Mustang. So it really is these two on their own for this time being at this stage of the race as we approach the first hour mark in 12 minutes time. It is Ferrari from Acura, and the NOP car crosses the line, who's just put the lap on them, leads this race overall from the Myrmica car P2, and they're back down into the 2-minute 10s. This though is the Lamborghini, the sole Lamborghini out there. He's about to have a lap put on him by one of the LMP cars. Got to be cautious though. It's got the Porsche behind him of Newman of the Frida of the Frida Sport car. That was an LMP car coming into the pit lane. That was Revolution from P3 in LMP2 Pro-Am. So we said keep your eyes on Luis Vazquez. He's coming to the pit lane now. So Hegi and Best are continuing their way. The Porsche to the outside of the source just goes a little deep, and the Lamborghini gets the traction and the momentum out the corner. Porsche's not gave this one up though. Newman's still on that inside line. They're going to come down towards. He's backed off. He's pulled in behind as they come through towards the bottom of Eau Rouge. Probably for the best as they come up the hill. The Frida Sport car on the back of the Lamborghini will really get a slingshot out of here down the Kemmel Straight.
But I don't know if it's going to be enough for him to make a move and stick it out, because you can see right behind there's the Impact LMP2. You can even see the Frida car pulling away, pulling back from trying to do the move on the Lamborghini and try to, you know, just cook Romain Huberman in that PCS car for now.
Yeah, indeed he is. This is back to the lead of LMGT3. An Impact of Trevor Burns have retaken the lead from the Italian job Ferrari. So what has happened there? Here's a replay. So they've come through Nongname on their way down to Pouhon. Any contact? We've seen cars go a little light through here.
Oh.
Yeah, just a bit of a twitch. Sends the Ferrari offline. Manages to save it, does Davide there. And yeah, through goes the Acura.
Lucky, I'm not going to say lucky dodge, but really good escape. Avoided the issue. But that could have been horrendous for the V-Day at the end of things. As NOP again, best lap of the race, 209.107.
Clearly have a bit more fuel to play with because in comes the Mimica car. We said around 19 to 21 laps. It's lap 20 that he's just started, and into the pits he comes from second place. Peter Hermisch in that car. Petter, sorry. He's changed over to Radovan Zankel. So they've done their driver swap, or the first of the driver swaps.
Oh, one car off at a Blanchimont from what it looks like. One GT3.
Okay, we'll see who that is. That is the Frida Sport car of Jordan Newman, who has had a moment. He spun it back around. I wonder if it's just been the same instant there where the car's gone light through Blanchimont. We've also got Impact, Iron Lynx, and the APO racing car into the pit lane, as is still at NL Academy and the Gazax. What happened here then? Jordan Newman for Frida Sport. He's got the LMP car behind him.
Was on his own.
Yeah, car goes light. Rear, all on his own. Car just goes light. Stays out the wall though, thankfully.
Yeah, and more importantly, it's a very down characteristic of the Porsche.
Yeah.
It just hates. I've driven the Porsche time and time again at Blanchimont, and the Porsche doesn't like that corner.
Yeah. Yeah, it's we've seen all the GT3s go through. Obviously, rear engine car, isn't it, the Porsche? So that's possibly a bit more of a downside to it through Blanchimont. But yeah, interesting to see here. This is the Dynaco car, who had an interesting race back at Imola, and that has got the Delta Racing by Tri-State BMW behind him, who had a dreadful Imola, caught up in all sorts of incidences. Jesse Molina, the pilot of that car at the moment. Pit stops all around for LMP2 and LMP3 as well. The leader now of LMP3 is the Kitsune car of Lanzarotto. Name didn't come up fully on my screen there, so we'll have to just extend that bit there so we can see the full name. Sebastiano Lanzarotto leads the way now in the LMP3 category. Danny Bunchu in the Simitok car is now at the wheel, and the Velotti car of Onno Zonneveld continues on its way. Amy Grimes stayed in the Prismatic car, so getting her stints out the way now. Danny Bunchu, though, was very, very quick back at Imola. What can the Swiss driver do around Spa today?
Yeah, looking forward to see what is he going to do. He's been really fast at Imola, one of the fastest guys, if not, I would say the fastest LMP3 around.
Yeah.
Simply a tad above the rest, but we know that Spa is quite an upgrade compared to Imola. But you can see the struggle from the world of sim racing, how new tires affect the car of sorts, right? And we said that the LMP3s still have the old tire. They're gonna have more grip around the LMP2, especially on the early stint. That was just a simple case of what we saw right there.
Yeah, exactly. And this is going to be, I think, the theme of the race, isn't it?
Yep. Just trying to be patient, survive any of the LMP3's onslaughts as we're seeing. I'm not going to say battle for the lead, but it's more like battle for track position of sorts, if we're thinking about it, because right behind is, I think it's the Velotti car. Right in the middle of the sandwich.
Yeah, that's the Gazax. It's P4 in the LMP2 category. Obviously, we saw Hedgie there, the white and pink purple car, the leader of the Pro-Am category. And I believe that is the Velotti car also in this group. So we're seeing just a few cars fighting for track position at the moment. This is Sam Miller. P number 6, just noticing the black flag next to his name as the leader of Beifeld comes into the pit lane. So Sam Miller has a penalty, obviously lingering over him with that black flag next to his name. Not sure what the penalty is. I've not seen anything pop up for the number 6, so we'll keep our eyes out for that and wait for that to pop up on screen. But impact here clearly, if Sam Miller's got a penalty coming their way. Everybody has been into the pits now once or twice, bar obviously the LMGT3s. They're yet to do their pit stops. Project 91 has been in for 40 seconds, so not sure what happened there. They've made a driver change as well. And we carry on our way, but it is Marcus Byfeld in the pits, who looks like he's going to stay in the car. We'll see if that name changes on our timing tower. And this is the battle for P6. Aaron Beaver from then the Dynaco car, and then that of the BMW just behind. All fighting for 6th place at the moment. Beaver just leaves enough of a gap on the outside for Dynaco to stick a nose in second part of the bus stop. Can't do it. And, Beaver, little slide on the exit of the chicane. The traction just went on him. And that's gave the Dynaco car an absolute brilliant run. And up the inside into the source they go. They just rubbed up a bit of the front wheel arches and rear wheel arches here together. And through goes Dynaco. P6, Beaver losing out.
Yeah, and how far behind there is the Delta Racing by Tri-State. So that one can turn into 2 places lost if the Fisher Motorsport cannot do anything to try to get back that position. As we're going to see the 84 have a massive run on the Camel Straight. Will he go on the inside? Look out, there's the Murmika MA70 car. I think Fisher just decided to save some fuel for now.
Yeah, save some fuel for now, and it's going to be interesting to see what the LMP does. Nice and patient through Lecombe and down into Rivage. You're going to have a look now on the Fisher car. No, has to stay where it is for the time being. So good work from the LMP car. But yeah, we're going to see what the LMGT3s can do. What's happened actually for the lead of LMGT3? Because that gap says it's 19 seconds. Let me just look at the timer tower. There is the leader of Trevor Burns in the Impact car. The Italian job car is at 1.3 seconds back. I didn't see the Italian job car on that list, so it must have just scrolled down a little bit. But these two really, aren't they? They're in a race of their own at the moment. 1.3 seconds separate them, and then they've got a good 17 seconds back to hold firm in the Ford Mustang.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a tremendous race what these guys have done so far, but I think right now we're going to start to see the Acura being a little bit superior as the stint goes on. That's my early thoughts, to be very honest, because what happens, the Ferrari has a little bit of a drop-off in terms of tires, in terms of grip, but there's a way to counteract this. If you try to change maybe the traction controls and stuff like that in the car, and you drive a little bit more aggressively, you can kind of counteract that. But so far, good battle between these two guys, and major props for them for being as the benchmarks in the LMGT3 category so far.
Yeah, been a great benchmark for these two, and they're putting themselves in a good position. It's all about setting yourself up for that end of the race, isn't it? To get the strategies right, to get the pace there. This really puts them in a good position towards that latter stages of the race to be in contention for this race win. And it's the work you put in now that could lead to that later on. So you're seeing the gaps between the top 4 between all 4 categories, and that is a car off. That is Harley Byrne in the wall on debut. The DSDF racing car backwards coming in towards, I believe that was Stavlo and Campus, wasn't it, where it's just come through there. So that's gone in the wall backwards there. So not sure what has happened to the 55 LMP3 car, but a lot of damage to it.
Yeah, and this might trigger a full course yellow while they bring it back to the pits, because it is right on some dangerous positions. Unfortunate to see that one of our debutants, as we see the full course yellow being called out. I think.
Full course yellow in 10, 9,
out to Vortex 8, as well.
7,
just noting here,
6,
this is Vortex.
5, 4,
have got past.
3,
that is Van Luck,
2,
who has passed
1.
The old firm car. Has he had it? Yeah, full course yellow. So they all instantly slow down. Has the Vortex team had a moment? So let's take a look what happened to Harley Byrne then. In towards Campus, he's about to come. All nice at the moment. Oh, he's lost the rear early. Off he goes, clips the wall, and that's giving him the rear damage. You saw the wing fall off, and then that's just going to have made the car unstable, isn't it, through this next part?
Yeah, unbearable.
Yeah, there you go. Round it goes
again.
Yeah, and that's the moment we saw, and then even an even bigger hit second time around. So Harley Byrne there will bring that round to the pit lane to get it in, and a pit stop for the team. But Benjamin Carvalho, sorry, what happened to him? He was well clear of the Vortex car, wasn't under any pressure. And all of a sudden, now there we go. Drops the rear, coming through No Name, and there goes Van Look. Strange little spin, that one through No Name.
You say that. I think otherwise, because what happens, I think No Name, on its current configuration that it has nowadays for this version of Spa, it is just really problematic for you to drive on, because you're coming on the downhill. You just came off a right-hand side corner where your left-hand sides are going to be a little bit heated, especially on the rear, and you already are pointing out to the right-hand side. You point that car, and you're already pointing left. I would say about a second or two later. As soon as you do that, you're basically trying to, when you try to shake somebody and the body weight just shifts all around, and you can see the body weight shifting around. It's kind of like that. You're shaking from one side to the other, and sometimes the car will not react quite nicely to that abrupt or near abrupt movement. So this is why I think the French team has lost out on No Name.
Well, they've only lost the one place, so that's beneficial for them. We're under the full course yellow procedure. Obviously, the only car in the pits, Harley Byrne, at the moment due to that damage in this race. Right, so Marcus Byfeld is your leader in LMP2 in the NOP car. Norbert Hegyi is your leader in LMP2 Pro-Am for VGTR Esports. It is then Sebastiano Lanzarotto for Kitsune, your leader in LMP3. And Trevor Burns for Impact is your leader in LMGT3. Tri-State into the pits. That's early. What would that be for?
I didn't see the 3 any penalties, I think.
I've not seen anything near it. It's now saying they're out this round. No, so just an internet error there, just momentarily for them. Having a driver change. John Lee has come back into the car, so strange one, because they're giving away a bit of track position here, aren't they?
Yeah, it's slightly awkward, but it is what it is. Luckily for them, it's barely 1 hour of racing. They have 3 more left.
I wonder if there's possibly mechanical issues for the steering wheel or some problem. And that's why they've possibly been forced into a driver change outside of the car itself. Maybe they've just been forced into it for whatever the driver at the time wasn't able to. So John Leedy into the car now for Tri-State. They drop down from 3rd to 5th in this race. We are under full course yellow for the second time here at Spa, and we are 1 hour 3 minutes into this 4-hour race. It has been a decent start here.
Full course yellow ending.
Very good start. If you're Marcus Byfeld, you've got a 26-second lead in this race. That is the opening stint you'd have wanted for Byfeld.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is looking back on Aaron Beaver, the Fisher Cup. He's 7 at the moment. We've got the Delta Racing by Tri-State car behind him as we go back to green flag here. The LMP2 just puts a lap on the Fisher car. No, it doesn't. It will go around the outside now and get that done coming into the right-hander. There it goes. So the Fisher car of Aaron Beaver gets the LMP2 coming back past him. And we get back to green flag racing here at Spa. Zankel 13 seconds behind Byfeld as we go back to green flag racing. Let's see what we can do then. 1 hour and 4 minutes in here at Spa, just under 3 hours left to go. It's going to be an interesting race to the very, very end, I'm sure. We've got the Screeching Muses, the Ferrari being lapped there by Caleb Koski in the NL Academy car. And that is the Eagle Speed McLaren. Moving up another place over the Sol Lamborghini through Pouon. There they went. That was a lovely move by the Lamborghini. That's a spinner there for Luis Vazquez of Revolution, P4 in LMP2 at the moment. He's had a moment at Pouon now. With Impact in the pits in LMGT3, we're starting to see the GT3 cars enter into the pit lane. Lorenzo, just a moment for Vasquez there. Cold tyres after the restart?
I would say so, yeah. And but you can see there's a little bit of a distraught confidence as he just lets Lanaway go by. Luckily for him, no damage. As I expected, the GT3 started to pit.
Yeah, he was bang on with just over the hour mark. Van look also now into the pit lane. I reckon it will be an hour. Obviously, they've had a bit of fuel saving. Burns also into the pits. So the Italian job car and the Rising Panda car have carried on their way. And there is the Rising Panda car just getting lapped by Beifeld once again then. So top 4 now in the LMGT3, yet to have pitted. And the only other car not to have pitted yet is the Frida Sport car, who is coming past everybody now. Trevor Burns on his way out the pits. And the driver change for the Vortex team. Joran Engelen is now into the car for the first time today.
Okay, good stuff going on around the racetrack. Let me see if anything else happened. I know Chris took over in the W2 car, so the pro driver coming in. Oh, a little bit of a close moment between Delta V, I think Ironlinks, and is that the Prismatic car around the outside at the Lacombe chicanes?
Sure who it was. I was expecting to see a car backwards there who was on with the GT3s. That is the Prismatic car. Ooh, a bit of a moment there for Scout Lawrence. And a bit of internet problems there, just squeezing that of the Delta V car, P3 and LMP2 Pro Am. Great little fight. Goffman's been in all the fights today. Pulls out, has a look into P1. Been in a lot of scraps today, hasn't he, is the Delta V car. They've been in the thick of a lot of drama and action.
And somehow, some way, finding themselves within top 3 in contact.
Contact made coming in towards the chicane. And that was I'd love to see that again from an overhead point of view to see if he was alongside and off going into it. But that puts Lawrence in Prismatic off the road. It puts Delta V up to second place. And now Lawrence for Prismatic's got to get back onto this, get them tyres back to a good condition. They've just picked up a little bit of dirt. They're going to come past the Rising Eagles car. Shame that the contact was made. That is that the Impact team of Sam Miller? That's coming through for track position, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Yeah, just gone through around the inside of exit of Blanchimont. They're going to be around the outside. Kind of closes the inside of the Lamborghini, but the Lamborghini has to go to pit anyway. But I wonder if that's related to maybe, and we would have to take a look, and Samuli may be able to confirm that to us. I think Gauffin is on new tires, and the Prismatic team that is driven right now by Scout Lawrence has used tires at the moment.
Possibly so. Explains why it had a bit more grip and a bit more traction coming through the corners, doesn't it? Right, so we've got the Turn 1 team into the pit lane in LMP2. They've been in the pits for 30 odd seconds now. We've got PCS who's just come in. Tim Cack is now in that car. Ronnie Richer of the Rising Panda and the Eagle Speed car and Frida Sport have yet to pit in this race. And this is Sam Miller of Impact trying to do the job that he needs to do at the moment to stay ahead of the traffic behind him, because they're not for position. And this is a recovering Impact car, if you remember, had a spin earlier on in the race. And this is a recovering Impact car trying to get to the to make up as many places as we can. Here we go, side by side through Eau Rouge. And beautifully done between the Kitsune team. And that is, I believe, yes it is, it's Bunchu. So attacking Kitsune, and he chose to back out of it wisely at the bottom of Eau Rouge.
Yeah, but luckily for him, there's the Belgian team right in front. So they're going to lose some time on top of it. There you go, the old firm on top, and we're going to open to a 3-wide movement around Brussels.
We've just seen this happen earlier on with an LMGT3 car getting involved in some dramas. That was down at Stavlo. What a move from Danny Bunchu at Rivage, up the inside of two of them, and through he goes. Beautifully done. Danny Bunchu and Simitok lead this race in LMP3. That was spectacular.
That was beautiful.
Take another look at this. From outside the cockpit, Danny Bunchu gets the run, tucks to the inside, full commitment from Bunchu here, and little bit of door rubbing his racing. That is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Danny Bunchu, take a bow, because that is incredible.
I wish I could use my audios in this broadcast to perfectly summarize how I felt that movement.
Just to let you know, just seen that the Revolution car had a black flag next to it name. It had a drive-through penalty it popped up with for the incident. So I don't know if that's for the incident with Prismatic. No, sorry, that would be a different incident, wouldn't it, for Luis Vazquez. So not sure there. This is De Ruyter in the Fury car. He was trying to find track position as well, trying to find his way through a couple of places.
I'm trying to see if anything happened. But apparently, I know what happened. But if he has been issued, we can kind of like reveal over here. Is been a drive-through for the number 52 car.
Yeah, he's just been in and out, lost a couple of places there. This is the Fury Sport. Oh, really gains on the Porsche out of Stavolo. Now into Blanchimont. Little fight happening. That is Amy Grime on the right-hand side. Pulls to the inside. Oh my days, half a car on the grass. Through he goes. Oh, that is hot in mouth kind of moment there. Who is in the Fury car? That is Dan De Ruyter. So,
first yellow?
Okay, so we're getting a full course yellow.
10,
that is white.
9.
That is Tim
8,
Keck in the Lamborghini.
6,
Backwards.
5,
Where
4,
else other than for a
3,
GT3 car? That is at
2,
Blanchimont. Rear
1.
left, broken. No
car
rear wing,
deployed.
no rear bumper. That car is completely buggered. Virtual safety car here, 1 hour and 11 minutes in.
Remain open during reversing.
That is interesting because I think this is going to change maybe how the race is going to go for some of these LMP2s. Okay, might change the strategy too much.
Just a big snap. Looked like it was drifting wide. Collects the snap and a tank slapper into the wall.
Yeah. Can I have the cockpit view or the gyro view of the car because it looks awkward from our perspective. We're gonna see from Team Cox's perspective a little not too wide. As soon as he comes out, the rear steps in. Oh, okay. That traditional, the rear stepping in, and you're gonna try to, counter steer the car, and you just give too much input, or maybe the input that you probably put up, it wasn't enough for you to, stop the car up straight forwardly. So that's unfortunate.
Just a little twitch there, wasn't it? As it just snapped on him as he tried to collect the car, and that's put the PCS team in to the pits. They're out of this race, so I believe they have called it a day with the Luxac. It's head out straight away. They are out. Quadash are actually still 5 laps down on them, so that'll bring Quadash back into this. Obviously, the PCS car doesn't want to try and get to the end of this one. The car is in the pit lane, but they have left the lobby. So that means they are out of this race. So they are the first retirement of today's race. Here comes Luis Vazquez into the pit lane. And will this be for a second pit stop? Obviously, he's just done his drive-through penalty. That was done a couple of laps ago because Revolution was 3rd place. And, into his pit box he comes. And we are under full virtual safety car conditions here.
By the way, Matthew, can we bring up the difference that NOP has to the Murmica MA70 car that it is sitting in P2? That basically half a lap, nearly about a half a lap, 54 seconds separates the leader from P2. Oh yeah, all right. Somebody corrected me. It's just a live timing issue. But still, you can see on the track map, still is a large difference between the leader and P2. Okay, so it is correct. You can see that's right around Pujon from what it looks like for the P2 overall. There you go. Radovan Zenkel going to the PIF paths, and 54 seconds still quite a lot. Of course, that could go up and down. Since we go green flag, we're probably going to get a safety car. And by the time we get to the safety car, we know lots of the strategies are going to shuffle. We know the pit entry is open whenever you are on the virtual safety car, so you can basically do that as it goes on. So you can basically go for a switch without losing too much time, or a strategy offset with basically 1 hour, 3 hours, and 2 hours and 45 minutes going into this race. Just gonna take the opportunity to give the top 10 in the meanwhile while we have this this virtual safety car issue. NOP leads the race. P1, Radovan Zenkel in P2 in the Murmika MA70 Academy car. Gazak's in third. APO Racing in fourth. The Iron Lynx in fifth. Tri-State sixth. Impact in seventh place. World of Sim Racing in eighth. Then 9th and 10th place are going to be the World of Sim Racing and Delta Racing in the LMP2. Pro-Ams stands for VGTR Esport. Delta V, Prismatic in third. As you can see right there, there's our Pro-Am leader in Norbert Hegi. You still have to do his driver swap at the moment, as we also see Fury into the pit lane. But going back, Prismatic is in third. The W2E Pro GP is in fourth. Revolution, fifth place. Fury in sixth for the time being. Impact and Velati, seventh and eighth places, respectively, in the LMP2 Pro Amps. Now, going to LMP3, people, as we have Simitok in P1. After that, a wonderful pass from Denny Punchu around Brussels at the entry of the corner, going side by side, a little bit of an RG-bargy. In P1, Kitsune in P2, Prismatic in P3. Velati P4, CCR P5, Tri-State Racing in P6, and the Limits Academy P7 while pitting, and the DSDF Racing are in P8. Of course, a few laps back after the issue they had around Stavolo, sitting around the LMP3s, as we're probably going to get our safety car in a short bit. Going to GT3, the LM GT3s, so Impact is leading the race in their Acura NSX GT3 Evo, with the Italian job in second place. Vortex in third. Rising Panda. Good race so far from that McLaren, sitting in fourth place. Project 91. In P5, Old Firm Citizen P6. Fisher is in P7. Dynaco, seating at P8, P9, and P10 are going to be for Delta Racing, and I think that's the Screeching Moose. No, that's not the Screeching Moose. That's the other Corvette that sits in P10, driven by Quinn van der Westen at the current moment. That's your top 10 in the LMGT3, everybody, for the time being. With 1 hour and 18 minutes race already here at the virtual track of Spa-Francorchamps.
Yes, indeed. And what a race it has so far been this afternoon here in the Ardennes Forest. It's been a really good day of action, hasn't it? And yeah, we are currently under that virtual safety car for the incident to the Lamborghini at the moment then. So where are we at the moment? Just having a look in the chat. No real questions in the chat at the moment. We'll have to try and get a team in, see if we can get an interview with one of the drivers. So all going good at the moment. Virtual safety car still underway here, obviously, which will turn into full-blown safety car as we enter into the back part of this race. And I'm hoping that you guys can still hear me.
Oh, we can. Don't worry about
There
it.
we go. That's okay. For some reason, my Discord seems to have frozen. Just making sure that you guys can still hear me. Right, we are still good to go then here at Spa. And what has been a beautiful, beautiful day so far of action. And plenty more still to come. That is for sure.
Absolutely, still good racing left. I think we lost Matthew Duffin for a bit, and I think Matthew is back with us.
Yeah, apologies. Not sure what happened. Then my Discord just closed and reopened itself, so I don't know if it's just like updated or not. But yeah, we're back. We're good to go. It's unfrozen now, at least as well. Anyway, so we are back and good to go here in this one at the moment. And let's see what will happen in this race. We are still on that virtual safety car. We're waiting the safety car to come out. This is Ronnie Richer for the Rising Pandas coming into the pit lane. And yeah, into the pit box he pulls now. Obviously, we've all lost the Lamborghini. That's the only time we've had Ronnie Richer in for his second stop. That's an early stop, isn't it? Let's see if he changes driver. That seems an early stop for the Rising Panda team.
Yeah, but then again, we have to remind ourselves pit lane is open, so they can do pit stops at any time they want with potential minor damage. If I have to say about that, if it is any damage, it's probably going to be more on track position than anything else. So they can do that without being hassled too much by the stewards.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see what will happen going forward in this race. They're going to come out. So what have we got? We've got the top 11 in the LMGT3. They're all on the lead lap. Connor Swain, the VR Racing, Delta Racing, Screechy Moose and Quadash laps down in that one. Everybody apart from DSDF Racing are on the lead lap in LMP3. Everybody bar Impact, Velotti and Alpine are on the lead lap in LMP2 Pro Am, and everybody apart from Gazak's Turn 1 and LL Academy are on the lead lap in LMP2. This is due to earlier incidences in the races, in which we've seen a few big incidences, haven't we, today? Not just cars hitting each other, but a lot of people having moments on their own that's caused a lot of damage.
Pit speed limiter required. All cars, please catch the pace car. No pit speed
it's kind of interesting to see how this race kind of like panned out in terms of of incidents. Some we've seen were big ones, but then again, it's I think cold tires getting everybody and catch them off guard. But unfortunately, some of them, were race ending. Yeah. We saw, Alpine basically having a race ending situation. Of course, let's just say if they have more yellow flags and they find themselves into lucky situations where they can get over, they can get their lap back. They are back into the race and they're a fast team, so we have to look into that moving forward. Of course, still about 2 hours and 2 hours and 40 minutes of racing left, so still a lot can develop in this race.
And also, let's not forget, you've got to get towards the end to score points, haven't you? So you really need to finish the race to keep them points in the championship.
Yeah, 100%. Totally. If we look on the standings, right, as it stands right now, that Alpine team sits right at the top of the leaderboard, 1 point above Velotti. So we know how close this is. So every point they can get, even though if Velotti, that's the what the ironic thing I just thought, the two contenders for the Pro-Ams are more than a lap down.
Yeah, they're Velotti are a lap. Velotti are 3-4 laps down on the leader of Pro-Am. They're a lap down on the impact car for P7. Obviously, Alpine are 6 laps behind Velotti after their big impact. But it is the two championship leaders in Pro-Am that are struggling in Pro-Am today, aren't they? And with 3 races to go, this and Silverstone and Portimão, you kind of have to start to look at that championship and what these implications have. Delta V Racing, for example, car 25, they are leading in Pro-Am right now. They are 12 points behind Alpine. this could really be a big boost. So staying to the end of this race and scoring these points is huge.
It's great. If the race, let's just say, keeps going the way it's going, I'm trying to do head mathematics here, so don't trust my mathematics at face value, right? But how many points do you get if you're P3, if you're like P7 or P8? I think it's 2 points.
I'm trying to have a look for you now.
Yeah, I would have to look it up. I'm trying to really look it up on top of my head, and of course we have to go into the point scoring system and everything while looking through the spawning regulations. But it is 3 points.
So first 25, second 18, third 15, fourth 12, fifth 10, 8th for 6th, 6th for 7th, 4th for 8th, 9th for 3 points for 9th, 2 for 10th, and 11th to last is 1 point. So at the moment, Alpine will be scoring 3 points, Velocity 4, Delta V 25. So that is a 21-point switch.
21-point switch, right? That's more than enough to put Delta V in the lead, because they have
12 points behind.
12 points behind. That's nothing.
No, that will put Velotti tied with Alpine as well. Who's the fastest lap in their category? That goes the way of Velotti. So actually, Alpine had dropped from first to third. Velotti would move up, would stay second, and Delta V would take the lead. Prismatic, though, they're only 13 behind. We're a Prismatic there, third, and that will be 15 points. Prismatic could go ahead of Alpine, possibly tied with Velotti by the end of today.
Yep.
So, yeah, it depends on where they finish. As it stands, they'd go possibly tied second, if not third overall. So, huge implications at the moment in this championship. If we look at the LMP2 as well, we had the earlier incident for the impact car. That's dropped them down to 7th. They've only got a 5-point lead over the NOP car. So huge championship change there. That could put NOP back on top of LMP2. If we look at LMP3, Velotti lead the way in LMP3. They're currently 4th. Kitsune are a point behind them. They're second. Simatec are 25 points off the championship lead, and they are leading in this race. So they could really claw some points back into this for Silverstone in a month's time. So huge for Simatec here. And then if we look at the LMGT3, 6 points in it between Vortex and Quadash. Well, Quadash are 6 laps down to the leader of the LMGT3. Vortex are third. So that is huge for Vortex there. Delta Racing by Tri-State, they are 9th. They're going to lose out as well. Frida Sport, they're 11th. They're going to lose out. The big gainer in the LMGT3 category would be Impact Simsport.
Yep. And another one that I would say that probably would have big gains is the Project 91, with the situation they have right now, being P4.
Yeah.
Because we know how close the point gap is between those guys in the bottom half of the standings, right? Because they're sitting P13, they got 7 points. Then we got Delta with 10, the Italian Job with 10, Eagle Speed with 11, Screeching Moose with 15, and Fisher with 18. Screeching Moose with 15 and Fisher with 18. Let's just say if it is as it stands, I probably would say the swing could go about 2 to 3 spots. They would go into the top 10.
Look at the Italian Job as well. Italian Job are currently running second in this race.
Yeah.
They're 11th place in the standings. So that's a huge climb up the championship for them, as well as Project 91. Where's Vortex? Vortex are in the standings. They're leading, as we know.
They're leading.
Impact are 6th. Big jump for them. The Rising Panda team, they're 7th. They kind of as they were. Old Firm, they look like they're down the bottom. They've not. This is their first race of the season, so they could get off to a good start and climb up the order. So, Yeah, start to keep an eye on these championship standings a little bit here because massive ramifications, especially that LMP2 battle. That is the big one at the moment for the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. But Mr. Matthew Duffin.
Yeah.
Prepare for pass around.
Of course, I think we're going to go potentially to lean
No
green flag
allowed.
the next lap, or we're going to still on the wave rounds. The wave rounds are coming, so most likely that Porsche from Frida is going to maybe get a lap back, being in front of the leader and all. But we are talking about a possible punishment for 25 right now, so there's a good chance.
Is that from the chat, the YouTube chat that you've just
Car
read
13, you may take the pass around.
Not only, but the U-chat brought me there.
Yeah, I've just seen that Jamie was saying that likely a penalty for Delta V for driving through the prismatic car.
Yeah.
Interesting. So we'll keep our eyes on what race control have decided. This is the Frida Sport car as we're getting the wave around. So if you're new to this, the wave around is where cars, I believe that's where they're unlapping themselves, aren't they, for the time being, or getting back into track position. And then we'll get a lap or two after that, and then the safety car will come into the pit lane. So cars being waved around at the moment. We'll see what happens now.
Yeah, so basically the pass around is only the cars with their class leader behind them under the safety car. So this is why I said Frida was going to get their lap back on this situation. If you're behind the leader and behind the pace car, it won't change a thing.
Yeah.
Right? So it only stands as if you're front of the leader, of your class leader,
Car 29, take the
and they are
wave
behind them, the safety car. So if you're in between, you're probably going to get a lap back. So
That
this
is
is
the
why
end
we're
of
seeing some of the
eligible
cars
cars
going
all
to
the
the
way
right-hand
around.
side and go take their lap back like Connor Swain, for example.
Yeah, so let's see what happens here. Connor Swain obviously taking his lap back as well. So then, championship ramifications, very, very interesting to read today. It's going to be an interesting fight to see what will happen throughout this season, but we're starting to get to that time where we are talking about the championship. We've got Silverstone in a month, and then we head to, that is on the 13th of September, and then we head to Portimão on the 25th of October. So plenty of time to get ready in between races for these drivers. Plenty of time for us in the commentary box as well to get ready. It's a 3-week break for the next one. So 3 Saturdays off, and then we're back for Silverstone. And then after it'll be a 5-week break, and then we are back for Portimão. Love the Algarve circuit. I think it's beautiful.
It is one of the best circuits around the world. I just driven in about 5 hours in there. Well, not 5 hours. I did like 1 hour, 1 hour and a half or something while I was doing the Portimão 1K special event today. But yeah, truly great. About a 6-hour drive from my city here in Porto. So cannot complain.
No.
And
So
also back in the F1 calendar in 2027, people.
Yes, saw this the other day. Very interested to read that.
Let's go.
Brilliant. Yeah, love it. Looking forward to that. So Portimão, obviously your home race, closest race for this championship. Silverstone would be mine. It's about an hour and a half, hour and 40 away from me. Donington Park's my closest circuit, but Silverstone, my on track for next month. Which is funny because I actually had a friend message me this morning saying, hey, do you want to go watch the European Le Mans series at Silverstone on the 14th? And I was like, well, we'll see. See what happens. We'll see what happens for that one then. So we could be there. So if anybody's at Silverstone for the European Le Mans series, let me know. And, try and see if I am there. We'll try and have a little meet and greet if you're there. We'll be there on the 13th of September for the European Sports Car Championship though. And then we'll be at Portimão on the 25th of October. Love this time of year.
Yep.
Getting close to them seasons. Championships getting decided. Can't beat it.
Yeah. No
So we
complaints
are,
whatsoever.
no, exactly. We are under safety car. Lights still on, so we're going to get at least one more lap here from the safety car in this race. Or in this stint, should I say. We're an hour and a half into the race at the moment. And it's been, I'd say, a pretty interesting race. Unless you're Marcus Bidefeld, then he's had it pretty simple so far. He's had it pretty straightforward, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has probably been one of the easiest races so far for Bidefeld.
Yeah, indeed. He's looked really good.
Reminder,
And we'll see what he can do and keep up this momentum. When the restart comes back around, we are an hour and a half in. We will be getting close, I'd assume, to a second round of pit stops for the LMP2 cars. Last pitted on lap 24.20. In fact, some of them's actually already been in the pits, lap 29, so a 4 or 5 laps ago. I must admit, as I stepped away for a moment. So, what we saying with this length here? If cars have pitted on lap 29, Lorenzo, obviously that was 4 laps ago.
Race will resume
What are they
at the
saving at the
end
moment
of
by
this lap.
this safety
There
car
will be
procedure?
one more full lap before the race resumes.
I would say we saw them save about a lap, so I expect some of the same, if not maybe close to 1.5 laps. And now you probably want to try to go for that extra half a lap whenever we go green. So see how this one will go. But this has been a lengthy safety car procedure. Not because it was lengthy because they wanted it to be lengthy, because the track is just so big. It is 7 kilometers. So by nature, the safety car procedure is going to be quite lengthy, whether they like it or not. But yeah, I think because it is so lengthy, they are going to be able to do some good fuel saving, in my point of view. Problem is what they're doing right now. They're weaving their cars. They're trying to, put as much heat as they can, put much pressure as they can within those tires before they go back to green flag racing. And we know how problematic these tires can be whenever we go green flag. We saw multiple issues. So this green flag, whenever Benny, I have to remember Benny is the pace car guy, Barney's the flag man. Whenever Benny goes into pit lane and we go green flag racing, I would say expect Bidefeld to break away quite a lot. But I would say look into that APO race car right behind them. I would say this could be a team that could, maybe start getting get a little bit interesting around the edges. If they get a clearance, go for a move, and they find themselves with a clear track to chase that number 89 car.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what will happen on this restart. Safety car lights are out, so we will be going back to green flag racing in just a few moments' time. Currently on board with P3 overall, and in the LMP2 category, the APO racing car of Robin. Nice little green and black livery. I'm a big fan of that shade of green. That is quite nice. Almost Aston Martin F1 type shade of green. That's a lovely looking livery on that car. And yeah, it's been a good Spa race so far. Again, we are under the virtual safety car on a full course yellow. This is from the incident with the Lamborghini that has been the only retirement of this race.
There is to be no overtaking and no overlapping before
in fact, no, they're actually back
control line. Also,
so they had actually left. Their name was greyed out on the timing screens, but they are back in and are lapping at the moment. They are on the same lap as the Quad Ash car. They're just in front of Quad Ash. But we're about to go back to green flag racing, with Marcus Bidefeld leading the pack away from Zankel in the Mermika car. Second place. Them two have been the cut above the rest in this field at the moment. Only two to hit the 209s on their best laps. And I think we're going to be in for a fantastic race here in this one. See what will happen. We get ready to go back green flag racing in this one. come towards the bus stop chicane. We've got just under 2 hours, over 2 hours left to go in this race. Yet to see Beifeld's teammates in this race for NOP. And through the bus stop chicane, they come now. Sundstrom will be getting ready to go, I'm sure, for the next round of pit stops. And Beifeld drops the throttle to the floor and already gaps the pack as they enter towards La Source. A great restart from Beifeld. He'd gone early and made sure he got away well there. They all come single file down towards La Source for the first time. Unless you're the Iron Lynx car, who's all out of shape through the first corner of La Source. He really lost it under the braking there. A little tap. That was the leading Acura in the LMGT3 category. Just tapped the front of the Iron Lynx car. And really, you have to say there, Heckman was too hot on the brakes into turn 1.
Yeah, that's an understatement. And unfortunately, caused a little bit of a chaos. Wonder if that impact car has some damage in the GT3, because it got scary for a moment. He made contact. It could have been that good, but from what it looks like, it is clean, as we see Delta Racing and the Italian job right behind following suit. Even chase.
Losing out to the Italian job car in towards the Coombe. Round the outside, the Acura will be able to hold strong. The Ferrari backs out of that one. Was that due to the bit of damage sustained on that front part of the Acura? That is the Delta State car just behind. That is a lap down, the Delta Racing car. That is a lap down of Marcus Adami then in the white BMW, and being lapped by a few of the cars. That was the Italian job, and the Iron Lynx car making contact through Rivage. There was definitely a bit of door-to-door banging. That's put the BMW side by side with the Italian job Ferrari. That is not for position. Position in LMGT3 is with the Vortex Audi and the Ferrari, but with the BMW splitting them. But there was definite contact, I'm sure, between the Iron Lynx and the Italian job Ferrari. Into Rivage they come. Yeah, there you go. On the exit. And that has put the Ferrari then on the back foot, and that has costed over the Acura.
Absolutely. And this is the one side of the Italian job probably are gesturing or doing their Italianisms most surely, while they're spewing a few Italian words, mostly unpleasant towards the other drivers, but it is frustrating. It is definitely frustrating for them to have to start and being the victim of so many things going on back to back to back, and especially in the most crowded place of the racetrack, which is right after Lecombe, going all the way down to Pouhon.
Yeah, and it really is. Look, you can see the amount of traffic. LMP3's on the back of of England here in the LMGT3. He sat third. Let's not forget the Vortex car had a spin at the chicane. I'm wondering if we can get the other driver back in, Van Luck back in, to maybe have a word with him about that opening lap spin that he'd had earlier on in this race. But Zonneveld here, P2 for Velotti. We said LMP3. Zimitok, Danny Bunchu put the move on Zonneveld earlier on, and it was a great move into Rivage. It's absolutely fantastic to see. There we go. Going to split them like Schumacher and Hakkinen split Tim Ricciardo's onto all them years ago. Lanzarotto. And that's the prismatic car of Grime there, splitting England, and Grime hangs on in there for the time being. Manages to stay ahead for prismatic.
Yeah, I wonder in terms of tire strategy, who has the new tire and who doesn't have in this situation. I wonder if Prismatic put new rubber and Kitsune is still trying to reel off the performance they have with the old tire as it currently stands. But so far, Prismatic with coming out like a rocket into this restart.
Grime looking to get on with this one and get on the back of the Velotti car. Driving really, really well at the moment. You can just still see, look, the Italian job car, drive through for car 3, close pit lane violation. That is John Leedy, the Tri-State car in LMP2, with that drive-through penalty to his name. So what a shame for him. And John will have to get that drive-through penalty to him. He's quite fortunate that it's the Grand Prix pit lane and not the full-length pit lane. Wow, that was a send there from the blue car. I think was that's the impact car of Sam Miller, who really had a send there into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, absolutely, and also at the same time, some situations developing between the Prismatic and also the W2 car, who were battling for position as well. They got squirrely around the track and made contact at the exit of the bus stop.
Danny de Ruyter drive-through penalty for him as well in this race. It's just come up on screen for a full course yellow violation there. So another drive-through penalty for that Fiori team. They've got to go at it again.
Just slightly frustrating as it stands for now, but here they go around the inside. Chris May is able to go around the Cal Lawrence's car, and you can see now the Gazak's trying to go around, and also Revolution trying to go around as well, but successfully. Yeah,
and this is Scout Lawrence in the Prismatic car at the moment, on the back of the W2E Pro GP team there, P3 overall. P3 and LMP2 Pro-Am. Obviously Lorenzo's team manager of them in with us in the commentary box today. How close was you to driving this time around?
Not really. This time I knew I was going to be able to just sit back, talk a lot of smack to Chris, and pick on every single time he's actually driving the race car. There you go.
Just made a pass on the Frida Sport. So that is Delta Racing by Tri-State up into P9. And that is a drive-through for car 25 for an incident with car 59. So that is the Delta V car, the incident we was expecting. They've got a drive-through penalty then. That'll take them out the lead of this race. And again, we've just gone on about, haven't we, under the virtual safety car, about the implications of this race and how it currently stands for the championship. Delta V are at least going to drop down to P5 in this category. That opens the championship wide back open again between all of them. Oh, hello, what's going on here? This is Francois Brandt in the old firm Ford Mustang trying to put the moves on the Ferrari of Massimo Valeri. So what has happened to the Italian job? Ferrari was second place, now down in 6th in the LMGT3 category. What has happened?
I wonder if they're on the old tires for their performance to be so underwhelming so far. He closes! Oh my god!
Oh my days! He's closing on LMP cars. He's attacking the Ford Mustang. The Screeching Moose has backed out. The Italian job's back up another place. The LMP3 trying to get through and put a lap on the other cars. And there is an LMGT3 battle going on here. That is the Rising Pandas in front of the Ferrari that is in the thick of it. The Ford Mustang lost out a little bit in a drive-through for car 23.
Tri-State LMP3.
Is Tri-State. The Mustang's got a bit of front-end damage and a flash of the lights there. And now the Italian job car looking up the inside of the Rising Panda. Valeri looking to make the moves into La Source. Can't do it there. Will get the better traction out though. And look at the momentum he had out of the corner and pulls ahead of the Rising Panda car of Ronnie Richer. And well, it was all happening for the Italian job Ferrari there.
This was a good old fist fight, if you want to call it that. Yeah. Someone throwing a jab, someone throwing an uppercut, someone throwing like just straight, someone throwing like some haymakers here and there, just straightforward, man. Just simple, straightforward, back and forth between the guys. And this is, I'm not gonna say dangerous racing because it is like, close racing sometimes can get dangerous. It's motorsport, duh. But this was good racing at its best. Guys fighting hard to try to get into positions, even though Francois Brandet, just took the short straw and have some quite considerable damage on the front right of the Mustang. He's going to lose some performance aerodynamically into some corners and add some understeer into that V6 Mustang car. Yeah, and if they've got to go a long time before their next pit stop. When did they last come into the pits? It was lap 24. So if they go in 24 laps before their next pit stop, plus obviously some time saved under that very lengthy safety car period, they've got at least another 8 laps to go with that damage. This could cost them and hurt them dearly. Yeah, if we get a yellow flag and this throws another safety car, then they get their free pit stop. Either way, it's been blown wide open. You can see the Tri-State car in LMP3 has got itself a penalty in the Project 91 of Jose
Montegudo has gone off in the Porsche. That was through Blanchimont there. And I don't think he's lost any places. No, he's managed to stay ahead of the Italian job Ferrari and has managed to stay in P3. But another moment through Blanchimont.
Yeah, I think we need to start picking off the DJ Khaled meme. Another one, and another one, and another one. Luckily, it wasn't another one in this case, as we have an LMP3 coming out. Who is that? Oh, that is Tri-State LMP3 coming out right in front of the Italian job, going side by side around the Eau Rouge. Not quite, as the LMP3 backs away for the time being.
Tri-State's just come out from its drive-through penalty. It's still on the lead lap, but now a little bit behind that of the NL Academy of Caleb Koski. Just dropped a wheel on the grass there down the Kemmel Straight. Did the LMP3 car, and Valeri stays ahead. There we go. Interesting at the moment. Right, what else is happening around the track then so far? Everybody, good couple of fights here in the LMGT3 battle. Here we go, Ford Mustang on McLaren. Brandt versus Valeri. No, Valeri's off, so he's come together with the... Has he just come together with the LMP3 car? He's off into the gravel at the bottom of Ravage. So here we go. So this is the Tri-State. So Labe in that Tri-State car up the inside. Just tapped the rear of the Ferrari. Ferrari left enough room, I'm sure he did.
No, he did, but I wonder if the Ferrari tried to take the same line and thinking that the LMP3 would already grip around the Brussels corner. I want to look from the LMP3 side. There you go. Thank you. He is already on the inside.
Yeah, fully side by
Slowing
side.
down.
Oh, no. To me, I don't think the Ferrari's left him enough room. He knows he's there. Braked later than him. Turned into the corner and just got a bit of a tap. Yeah, I think that's on the Italian job car.
You stole the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah. Great minds think alike.
Absolutely.
In the Prismatic car, P3 in. Oh, bit of disappearing there for him. Luis Vasquez will be hoping that doesn't happen too often. P4 in the Revolution car. Yeah, keep your eyes on this. It's gone from bad to worse for Italian job now. Was leading this race, then dropped down to second, and now they're down in 9th place in this one. So a terrible, terrible couple of laps for Massimo Valeri. Here comes the Delta Racing by Tri-State car, João Delgado in the black BMW on the black and blue Dynaco Porsche, side by side out of the source to the bottom of Eau Rouge they come. Here we go then.
Oh, that's scary to Delgado.
Yeah, I think he's backed out of that one. Well done.
Yeah, I would pick João on our Discord, on our behind the scenes Discord, if he actually tried to pull that move.
Well, João now getting the slipstream down the Camel straight in towards the Kumi, goes up the inside of the Dynaco Porsche. No, thinks better of it, just having a little look. And Delgado there holding position at the moment. The Italian job Ferrari of Valeri is just sat behind so far. And what a race this has been, especially in the LMGT3 category. We're approaching 2 hours to the halfway distance of this race, and it is all action here. 2 full course yellows, 2 virtual safety car periods, and we have got a fantastic fight on our hands. LMP2, the leader, leads as we'll go back to that in a moment. Ronnie Richer up the inside in Pouon on that of the McLaren of the Rising Panda, and through goes the Ford Mustang up into 4th place.
Even though they still have some damage. And look behind, the Italian job trying to go around the Delta Racing by Tri-State. Side by side around the pit path, but they take the L, have to go back into line one more time, and adding more salt to the injury they have so far. And you can see Frida also not far behind into the whole mix of things. Yep. Meanwhile, I think LMP2's pit stops are due shortly.
Yeah, well, Simitok have just come into the pit from the lead of LMP3, so I'd assume that we'll be seeing them into the pit, although some pitted from LMP2 under the safety car, so keep your eyes out for the Tri-State and Delta Racing car. They last pitted on lap 24 and 25, but the Pro-Ams, the W2E Pro Group and the Prismatic car and Delta V all pitted on lap 20. So keep your eyes out for them coming into the pits in a lap or two's time. This, though, is the battle of GT3. David Braunstein back in the car for Simitok. So that's going to leave then Danny Bunchu to do the very end stint. Here comes Valeri up the inside of Delgado, and the Ferrari gets another move done at La Source. The Ferrari's looking very racy today, in which you, Lorenzo, said at the top of the programme, and it gets another move done there, back up to 8th place.
Yeah, just the top end of the Ferrari is just so overpowered around this racetrack, where you need drag, when you need speed. This Ferrari, kind of like with their turbo engine, just simply delivers on these tracks. So this is why, even though they have some BOP in the car, just works. And Valeri on a recovery drive so far, and he can recover more. Look at the mess right in front.
Yeah, there is a mess right in front. This is the Rising Panda and the Project 91 car going at it.
Oh,
Ronnie
no.
Richter and Aaron Beaver then, and I believe that is a lapped McLaren in the mix of that as well. That is, I believe, is Connor Swain, who's a lap down to these guys in the mix of it. It is indeed. So they're trying to lap one McLaren while they're racing each other, and it is just a big mess. But it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars, 6 cars maybe in this pack, all for position if you remove Connor Swain from it.
And all it takes is just one guy, to maybe be that invariable factor on all these fights, and everybody closely following close to one another, trying to find openings and things like that to throw a punch or make a move. So don't sit this one out yet. We know probably we're going to see more moves being done.
Yeah, we are indeed. If we look at the other categories as well, the NOP car of Marcus Beifeld, 7 seconds out in front of Radovan Zankel for the Mermika car. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it's Daniel Strutzka, who leads for VGTR Esports. That is a second out of the WT2E Pro Group. And then in LMP3, we've got Onno Zonneveld for Velotti leading over the Prismatic car by 2 seconds. This is Dan de Ruyter for Fiori. Down in P6 in LMP2 at the moment. And that is Sebastiano Lanzarotto, P3 in LMP3 for Kitsune. And then the lead for the LMGT3 car is 8 seconds between Trevor Burns and Joran Englund in the Acura versus the Audi, as that is Heckerman in the Iron Lynx car going up the inside of the Quad Ash car, who's really out of this race, isn't it? It's just getting to the end 4 points in this championship. The Iron Lynx P4 at the moment, trying to hold on in there over the impact car of Sam Miller, who's on a recovery drive since the impact spin early on. Sam Miller, we saw him send one at the bus stop chicane earlier on. He's got the run through Blanchimont on Heckerman. Parks that car exactly where we need to do to not allow Miller to come through. Again there. You see the Iron Lynx car stay out in front at the moment. Pit stop for W2E Pro Groups. Those cars who pitted on lap 20 are pitting now. So we're expecting the pit stops to come between now and about another 9 laps time for all the LMP2s and LMP3s to come into the pits.
Yeah, and driver swap as Fabian is coming back into the car.
Scout Lawrence as well is in the pits for Prismatic, so Fabiano into the car for the W2E Pro Group GP car. Then this is still Tobias Heckman and Sam Miller going at it for 4th and 5th. On the last lap, the impact car of Miller was a 10th quicker. Iron Lynx to the inside of the Camel straight before the entry into Lacombe. Here comes Miller right around the outside, a great move, and gets it done by the second pot. Sam Miller moves the impact car up into P4.
What a move, and what a recovery drive from that impact car, who we kind of thought it would be out of the race of sorts, given the issues they had early on. But of course, fast drivers with Carbon and Sam. But what a drive! What a really good drive from them so far. As we're slowly approaching our halfway mark of the race.
Yeah, making a good recovery for it, aren't they? And that's a bonus to see. In this race at the moment. So we're seeing the Prismatic and the Kitsune car and Tri-State have all been into the pit lane, or all in the pit lane. Prismatic RP5. That's put the Simitak car, remember, who was the leader in LMP3 before the pit stops happened, of David Braunstein, back up into P4 then. There he is, the net leader, if you will, in P4 for the Simitak team. Where are we in this race? 43 laps gone. Bad lap for the Mermika car last time round. 2-minute 12s it's lapping at the moment. Second overall of Zankel here then. Just a little slow on its lap times. Gross in the Gazex car is P3. He's lapping 8/10 quicker last time round, so gaining on him. Heckman and Miller still going at it, by the way. They've just changed back places. Heckman's got back up into P4 ahead of Sam Miller in the Impact car. There they are, through the source they go. So Tobias Heckman and Iron Links back up to P4.
Yeah, and by the way, do we see any signs of slowing down this battle? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so until the pit stops. They both pitted on lap 29, so they're going at least for another till lap, 48, 49. So they're going for a long time here. What are we on? We're on 43. They've still got at least 5 laps of racing before their pit stops, at least here. This is Scout Lawrence for Prismatic on the back of the W2E Pro group. They just came out the pits on the same lap, so their fight continues. Scout Lawrence and Fabiano Candido with the Delta V car in the pits. It's on pit exit, should I say. It's got past them now, so they've gained an extra place through the pit stops, and Scout Lawrence looking to make up even more time over the Brazilian in front.
Yeah, Fabiano managed to cover the move on the inside as soon as he came out of the corner, even though Scout had a little bit of an upper momentum on the Brazilian, and Fabiano promptly just closed that inside, and Scout just decided, oh, you're going that inside? I'll just cook you around the outside all the way up to Camel Straight.
Yep, so Scout at the moment in that slipstream will be getting just a little bit closer to Candido in front, but can't do anything by the time they hit the brakes in towards Lecombe. They go. Candido didn't get the best of Lecombe's there, did he? That's put Lawrence right on the back of him. Bit of a twitch there from Lawrence. And yeah, just not the best of Lecombe's there for the W2E Pro Group GP car. And that put Lawrence really on the back of him as they come through then into No Name, down towards Pouan. They go once again.
Yeah, the difference between a bronze driver and someone that is actually silver or gold or platinum, just making the difference, how to take a corner, how to approach more, I'm not gonna say defiantly, but more smart a corner and everything. So you can see the Scout is not being able to make the move. Yeah. All right, that's good for the Brazilian, but there's a problem. Delta V is not far behind, so we know how patient that battle is going to be by the time that I think who's driving that car? Is that Goffin still driving? No, that's Rafael Patel who's still driving that Delta V car is going to be.
Yes, we'll keep our eyes on what Rafael Patel can do. He's only 2.6 seconds off the back of this battle. Scout Lawrence, is he going to get to the outside of the bus stop chicane? Has a look, brakes later, gets alongside. Does he get the run to have the line into the second part? Yes, he does. There's the WT group. The Candido car, they just left enough of a room and manages to come out the corner on top once again. For Fabiano Candido, well, stays ahead for the time being, and while this is happening, Rafael Patel is going to be gaining hand over fist here as he's done his pit stop on the last lap. That is James Seal on debut into the wall. That car broken front right there on the car. Full course yellow possibly?
Most likely.
James trying to drive that back to the pit lane as best he can. I do think we're going to get a full course yellow here then. And yet pulls to the side, cannot turn it through Pouan. This will go to at least a full course yellow for this one. The 55 car on its debut. What happened here then? So through Rivage and towards No Name he comes. Nice and easy on his own on the circuit. Into No Name, touches the curb. Oh, and it snaps on him mid-corner. We saw earlier.
That way transfer thing.
Sorry, say that again.
I was going to say that weight transfer thing.
Yeah. Well, we saw Impact spin there, didn't we? But that just kind of, the rear came around. Here it
Full
just looks
course
like...
yellow in 10 seconds.
Oh, Ria
10,
comes around, he goes to
9,
catch it, boom, into
8,
the wall. Yeah.
7,
And broken
6,
front right.
5,
Suspension,
4,
that car still off,
3,
full course yellow.
2, 1.
Virtual safety car,
Full course
potentially. I
yellow
don't
now.
think so. I think
Virtual
it'll just be full course
yellow.
yellow. Yeah. So full course yellow here then, as we get that car back to the pit lane and back out on the circuit, hopefully later in this race. James, obviously, excuse me, out there just trying to score some good points, get some laps under their belt for this race. But yeah, back to full course yellow we go once again.
Yeah, unsurprisingly so, which is... I'm trying to think over here on top of my head. Is this our 5th full yellow flag? Whether it's a full FCY or a VSC or an SC?
Yeah, this is the 5th one.
Yeah, so quite a attrition base race, but then again, it's Spa. When is it not going to be attrition based on Spa? Never.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen a lot of the full course yellows this time now, haven't we? But due to the drivers just dropping the car on their own, and I suppose that's the nature of this circuit, isn't it? It's going to be difficult. What have we said? Track temp's now up to 37, ambient up to 23, so it's getting warmer. So I suppose that's a bonus. But when we get to these full course yellow stages where the pit lane is closed, the drivers can't pit under a full course yellow. So they're going to get to the end of their stints. Maybe would have loved a virtual safety car, I bet, a few of the teams to get the car in for an earlier pit stop.
Yeah, because if they pit, it's going to result in a drive-through. So they're just going to have to keep on that pit limiter until the command is done, the car is backed into the pit safely, and race control can properly give our green flag once again. But you can see right in front, the leaders in NOP in the Italian job, kind of like closely following one another.
Full course yellow.
As
ending
we're
in
going to
10
get our
seconds.
green flag shortly,
10,
and I think the
9,
Italian car,
8,
Italian job car is
7,
positioning themselves
6,
to get overlapped.
5, 4.
Yep, so
3,
Marcus Beifeld here,
2,
still yet to have
1.
came out the car. He
Full
pitted
course
last
yellow
on lap
removed.
29. We're expecting him to come back into the pits in about 4 to 5 laps time. And we are back racing here at Spa. Mr. Ferrari then just immediately goes to the right-hand side and lets Marcus Beifeld through there. Not any messing around there, does Massimo Valeri. Back up to 4th place now in category. So has got the pace in this race to come through the field. We've got the Project 91, who's actually on the back of the Vortex car from what I'm seeing on the timing screens. Yeah, there they are. So Project 91, who had a moment earlier on, had its own little spin, is on the back of the Joran England car here. So this, again, is just going to help the Acura.
Oh, I thought that he was going to hit the back of the Vortex car there. My poor 34-year-old heart cannot take up these hard scares anymore. I had enough for today, man.
I can imagine, especially if he was racing earlier on. That would have been a few moments there.
Yeah, I've been up since 5:50 for me to race the 7 a.m. split.
Brilliant. Brilliant. It's a long day for you today. Well, we've got the Project 91 car on the back of Joran England, really gaining under the slipstream. Look at the pace and look at the amount it's closing by. That is the Delta Racing car, the white BMW behind. That is a lap down, so not in this fight. And the green Porsche chasing after the blue Audi. Through towards Rivage they come. And while these two are just going to start having a battle, this is really going to help the Acura just stretch its legs. Where is the Ferrari? 6 seconds behind. So it's got a bit of a gap, and they've got the leaders gaining on them to try and put a lap on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Right behind Rio, there's the NOP car going around 1, 2, and Vortex is not going to be able to make that overtake. For now.
No, for now. And that just held NOP up a little bit. Not too much. And then into Piff Path they come once again. So just over the 2 hour mark. 2 hours, 9 minutes gone. So we've got an hour and 51 minutes left of racing here. And it is a pretty comfortable lead for Beidfeld in this one. 22 seconds is his gap. He drove a really clean race, hasn't he? And we've not seen Beidfeld under trouble really since the start, because he got away well and he's not looked back since.
Yeah, but we know sometimes the apple fall far from a tree, doesn't it? Sometimes, and not in the best way. So by default, I think, and whoever takes over the other car, I think is going to be the other driver is going to take over the car, whether it's going to be Oliver Vigas or whoever else needs to have that mindset. You know, you have a safe gap to work with right now, but don't relax. You still have a lot of racing left.
They've got a lot of racing left to go, and you're quite right. You know, you've got to get to the end, get it done. Project 91 in the pits. So they've came in from third place on the grid in the LMGT3 category. That seems a little early for me. I would expect them to go towards the 50 lap mark.
No. But these pits are, I believe, they are slightly programmed. I'm not surprised.
What else we got? We've got James Seal in the pit lane as well. That's obviously due to the damage we just had the full course yellow for. We're expecting the LMP2s in the pits that pitted under the last safety car in around, well, any moment now, to be fair. So let's see what they are going to manage to do here. Is Rafael Patel on the back now of that battle between Prismatic of Lawrence and the W2E Pro GP team of Candido.
Yeah. And just to let you know, guys, the commentator, even though he's a manager, he's not biting his nails. Now I am. Why do I have to speak up? Jesus. Now I think I want to say the Prismatic car got a GT3 and completely spun out of control. Oh Lord, this could change a lot of stuff. We're gonna, if we can get the replay over here, Samulia, we're probably gonna get our full course yellow.
Apologies.
We're gonna see. It's all right.
What happened here then? Goes to the inside of Candido. Just taps him.
4, 3.
And Candido's off. So you say he was biting your nails. Oh, and then gets a wallop. That's the Rising Panda. Oh, wow, that's broken. That is Prismatic's day. Possibly done, man.
Done. It's done. I want to look from the perspective of the Prismatic car because I think Fabiano moved. I know people from my team are watching and everything, but I have to watch this from his angle. There he goes. He has the run. Yeah, completely moves on Lawrence. Lawrence has no blame whatsoever for T spinning or the W2 car and such. It's just a very sad tragedy, and I'm not gonna lie, even though I'm manager, here's my disclaimer, people. I'm the manager of the team. But I was feeling something bad was gonna happen there because it was a very close, contested battle, and I knew maybe a third car would add a few things into the mix. And it did.
Yeah, full course yellow. Surprised we didn't get a virtual safety car there with the spinner. What happened to the WTE Pro Group? Did they carry on? Did the Candido carry on going? He did, didn't he? Yeah, so I'm surprised. Big damage there. I'd have thought I would have gone to a virtual safety car. Either way, this has helped LMGT3. They're in the pit. I think this is possibly virtual safety car over full course yellow because pit lane is normally closed, yet the Mimica car, GazX in the pits, Impact have come into the pit lane, and so has a few of the LMGT3 cars are in the pit lane. The Italian job, Vortex, Old Firm, Delta Racing by Tri-State are also in the pit. So a lot of teams pitting. This is virtual safety car. It's changed on the screens for you all now, and there we go. What an interesting... so we've got the 6th delay today and another virtual safety car.
Yeah. Sorry. A very unfortunate one. Because this changes a bit of things. You know, a Prismatic team that was looking really good in this race so far was looking really strong to get some strong points and maybe propel themselves into the top 3. Delta V was not far behind. Luckily for them, they didn't get caught in this whole issue. Rising Panda actually made the contact with the Prismatic car because the W2 car just went into their lane. Not because they wanted to, they held their brakes, but the problem is iRacing system of sorts, whenever the car goes rearwards, it just goes. It doesn't lock up. On paper, if your car goes front, your car should lock up. If you start going backwards, the car should lock up as well, but it doesn't. It just rolls, even if your brake is applied to 100%. And it is a bit unfortunate to see that. I don't know if I think the W2 team is going to get a penalty in all of this whenever this gets reported. So it's a shame. They're probably going to get a 30-second stop and go, to be very honest with them. I know people watching us from the team are not going to like what I'm saying, but I think it is the reality of things.
Yeah, I'd agree there. I think it's a shame, but it is what it is, and the rules are the rules at the end of the day.
Yep.
And it is going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes out for then. Right, so Sundstrom is now in the car for NOP. They've pitted, Mermika have pitted, Zankel still in the car, Gross in the car for Gazex, Corbin Lenaway for Impact, Daniel Carval is in the car for Delta Racing, Carlos Hernandez for the WOSR team. They're still in the pit lane. APO have still got Robin in the car, Iron Links with Nathan Walter, Bart Matcha in the car for Tri-State, and they're all on the lead lap. Jan Lintz for Gazex Team 92 is a couple of laps down, is a lap ahead of Ryan McIntosh for turn 1, and is about 11 laps ahead of Lucas Lager in the NL Academy car. Big damages for some of these cars in this race, if you're wondering why they are so many laps down. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it is Daniel Sergica, who is still in the car for VGTR Esports. They are all just coming out the pit lane this lap. Rico Colmeyer in the car for Revolution, Matthew Luke for Fury, Rafael Patel for Delta V, Fabiano Candido for the W2E pre-group. Aria Best is gone into the car for Prismatic, so a driver change there. They're in the pits with the huge damage that has brought out this current virtual safety car. Dorian is in the car for Impact, Liam de Kock for Velocity. For Velotti, They're on the same lap now as Impact, so a huge change for them championship points again if Velotti can get past Impact in this race. And Alpine has got Fabian Elbers in the car. They are quite a way down. They're 10 laps off the lead lap in LMP2 Pro due to earlier incidences. LMP3, David Go for NL Academy, who pitted not long ago. Simitok of David Braunstein could have led this race, but I think due to the virtual safety cars and safety car, it hasn't fallen that way, has it?
No, it hasn't. And it's quite crazy how some of these things are taking shape, and seeing Vortex back into P3 is just cool and weird at the same time, given how this race has played out.
We've then also got an interesting strategy going on in the LMGT3 field. You're in England, who we're on board with at the moment, is P3. Pitted on lap 46. Now, 46 for the LMGT3 is their current lap they're on. Trevor Burns and the Dynaco car didn't pit and haven't pitted since lap 24. They're due to pit in 2 laps' time, I'd imagine. 24. In fact, Impact are now in, so strategy obviously going to balance itself out here.
First lap of VSC has concluded.
So this is
First
the
lap
Mikael
of VSC has
Sundstrom car, the
concluded.
NOP car, the
It's
lead
Romano.
car in this category. What a job that the NOP team have done today. Really has been a fantastic bit of racing from them in this one. They've set their race up beautifully. They look like they're on form to really take a good win in this one, but there is still just over an hour and a half left in this race, so anything can happen yet. Zankel, P2 for the Mermica car. It'll be an interesting one to see what they can do throughout this race too. They're in a comfortable second place. Let's not get it mistaken. They're in a very, very comfortable second place. But it's going to be interesting to see what they can do to come back through the field here and try and gain up some places. Gazx P3, Trust and Gruss. Done a stellar job. In fact, actually, it looks like he's on the back of the Mermica car here. So interesting that he's brought this into the race for Gazx. We'll see what they can do in this one. Going to be an interesting race for this podium. Where's Lenway? Nearly a minute behind is Corbin Lenway for Impact, who's had a good recovery drive back up to P4. But they are away behind. So Gazx, not really seen anything from them. It was a little under the radar. They've come back into this, into P3.
Yeah, and what I'm looking forward is what Impact now probably I'm not gonna say we go back into safety car procedure, and I think it's gonna bunch up maybe some of the cars here and there, and we're probably gonna see a pit party and stuff. I'm wondering to see how this is gonna develop for the LMGT3s, because we still have they have unlimited tires, but at the same time, we don't know who has the upper edge in this race so far.
Yeah.
Impact has some good pace, but Vortex also had really good pace when Michael was in the car, and his teammate has some really good pace as well in Joran, but Michael and Joran run kind of similarly, but I think Michael ran a little bit better. But Old Firm looking so good. I think they are able to fix their damage on the front right of the car finally. And then the Italian job just doing a mega work with that Ferrari, and for the first time in a long while, we are seeing the Delta Racing by Tri-State being featured within the top 5. So that that black BMW, after we see him nowhere, you could find Wally, but he wouldn't be able to find a BMW in Imola. So you have an idea. And I know if I say that, Chris, our organizer, Chris Cadiz, is going to come and bash on my head virtually because he drove for them at Imola. But I said the BMW is a solid car on this racetrack because it is a turbo track, and you need the turbo to kick in sometimes for you to have that torque around some of the elevation changes, and you have to be a P and all.
Yeah. And you did say before the race, this and the Ferrari, wasn't it? It was the two GT3 cars that could be the ones to show what they can do here, and I think we've seen that, especially in the Ferrari's hands today.
Yeah, I said look out for the Ferrari. Look out for the maybe the Acura. Acura was a really good option back in the old days. I think it's a good option. Was a good option, or is a good option within this build. The acceleration of the car just has this. Unlike something else, it's kind of like at its classes of its own in GT3s. The Mercedes had some grunt and speed. I think if Kadash did had their issues earlier on, maybe we could see Kadash being in the mix as well with their Mercedes. But race is rough, man. Sometimes you just have to take the loss and take it as it is moving forward. But yeah.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You know, that's motor racing. That's why we do it at the end of the day. So we are under the virtual safety car. We are going to be waiting for the safety car to come out, and we will be back underway momentarily in this one. It's been a good day, though, so far. It's been a good day of action. Been a lot of drama out there.
Drama, I think, is an understatement.
There is the Quadash car, 16th place at the moment, down 11th place. It had that big moment with the Delta Racing car earlier on. It is 3 laps down on the Lamborghini ahead of it, and Terhar, sorry. Just got a bit of work to do.
All
in
cars,
this one.
please catch the pace car. No more pit speed limiter. All cars, please catch the pace
I
car.
think
No more
I
pit
think
speed
it's
limiter.
more than a work to try to make things work for them. They're sitting 6 laps behind. You can see there. Also looking into other places in the racetrack, trying to look at where Simotok is in LMP3.
Simotok in LMP3. They are 4 seconds off the lead. Of LMP3.
Yeah, so there is still work to be done in that LMP3 than anything else, So lots can change, and I'm looking forward to see whenever the final, let's say, hour comes, because what happens, like I said before, LMP2s have four tire sets to use, and we know they go 40-ish minutes, so you can double stint tires and everything. But the same thing can be said for the LMP3s. They have 5, and they don't go as long as the LMP2 does. So even though they got an extra set, you really don't want to be running through that set unless you get a late yellow flag, and you might need that set for you to move places. So we'll see how this one will take shape. So far, no favorites beside NOP. The only favorite I think in this race so far has been NOP and maybe VGTR. On fuel strategy on LMP2 and LMP2 Pro respectively.
And they've kind of, respectively as well, been the clear leaders and the clear runaway leaders of their categories as well, haven't they?
Yeah, but then again, it's not like it's for the VGTR. It hasn't been overly dominant, right? Yeah. It's been really good. It's not been dominant. You could see other teams, like at one point the W2 team was fighting with them. But at the same time, you could see like the team in we could see Delta V for a moment leading the race and being fast in comparison to them. Fury, Velati. So you have guys here and there that could fight for that top spot. They've not been safe, even though I would say this past hour they've been a cut above the rest in this race. In LMP2, though, it's a whole different story. It has been the race of NOP and then anybody else in the field.
And they've really had such a good day since the get-go through till now. Right, we are under the safety car, so we are waiting safety car to have the lights off, and then we'll know it is back into the pit lane. We will be doing one more lap under the safety car. You have to say, just looking at the camera angle there, the Acura of impacts in LMGT3 looks got the Delta Racing BMW. So Kilton in the impact car. Oh no, it's the Dynaco car that's been registered as second in this race. Nope, ignore me. For some reason, 6th is above second on my timing screen. So it is Vortex. And that's going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes on. Vortex now right on the back of the Acura.
Now, like I said, like I imagine, whenever bring these guys closer, then I think we're gonna have fireworks. Of course, that Delta Racing car is sitting right in the middle, being the innocent bystander of these guys, like in Vortex and all. Kind of like what is going to do? What can he do? There's nothing much in this sense. But now we have a race city in our hands, because you have these 3 guys behind. You have the Vortex, Sulfur, Italian job. The Delta Racing by Tri-State not also far behind, and Dynaco might actually come closer. So now we're probably going to see the true first test off that Acura. If they're all within the same tire strategy, I think they have to be. But within the same tire strategy, but also pace driver-wise for everybody. Because we didn't see that on the previous start. We didn't have that. is Impact still, driving around the race cars, doing their weaving, trying to keep some of the tire pressure up. We know it is the longest lap, of course, in the season so far, more than 2 minutes for everybody, average 2 minutes and 9 for the top LMP2 Pros. You can see there's still some damage within that front right of the old firm car, powered by Venom pedals. So we still see there's some good performance out of that EcoBoost V6 engine that is mounted within that Ford. So looking forward to see what the Frenchmen have in store whenever we go green flag. Not gonna say this lap, but maybe in the next lap or two. This is gonna be a long green yellow flag, not because they want it, but because it is just simply a long lap, more than 4 minutes off lap for everybody. And mind you, again, they have to try to keep the heat in the tires going on so far. Now that we have a safety car is going to have their period of, getting everybody around. We're going to have the pass arounds, but also at the same time, we're going to have the pit stops happening for these guys too. So pits are going to be open eventually whenever we get everybody around. And I don't know if race control actually they're actually open that, but it doesn't seem like it, as you can see on the screen. Everybody closely following another, and I think also we don't have any retirees in this race. Is that correct, Simile? It doesn't seem like it, correct? From the track map. But other than that, NL Academy, well brought up by Samuli. The NL Academy car is the only car who's unfortunately out of this race. And I think that's the LMP2 Pro. As we see some of the wave rounds, that's the Impact car getting its pass around. That's the first wave of pass rounds being done. So you can see that's why we're seeing that Impact LMP2 getting a lap back. But just to say, not everybody can get a lap back. It's going to take for the car to stand in between the class leader and also the pace car for them to get that lap back. I believe I've been correct. And also, someone said that the Mustangs running the V8, it's not the V6. Oh, true that. I don't know where I read they actually run the V6. Maybe the GT4s maybe run the V6, but I could be wrong. I think Matthew is back with us.
Yep, back with you now. And the pass round obviously taking place. Getting ready to go back to green flag racing here for what will be the final hour and 45 minutes. No, in fact, the time screen's frozen on that page. So what is it saying here? Yeah, no, the final hour and a half even. So. Yeah, getting ready. And it's always this last hour and a half where things start to show themselves in terms of who's going to do what in this race.
Yeah, because we're all setting up for potentially the run to the final hour of this race, of course, knowing that whenever we reach maybe a quarter past the hour, we're going to reach our final hour of the race. And it's going to be interesting moving forward who has the upper strategy to try to get an advantage on the competition.
Underneath the wing of the car in front of you at this point.
Indeed it is. We've got some quick drivers coming back in the car as well. We've got the likes of Danny Bunchu coming into the Scimitar car. What has actually happened to the Scimitar car? Because it was second, it's dropped down to 6th. So what's just happened there? I wonder. Not sure. Either way, it's going to be an interesting race to keep our eyes on for who can do what. Pit stops. There's a few teams that's taken pit stops on different laps. It just makes it interesting as well. So yeah, let's see what happens. We're going to get everything coming back to as it should be in a moment. And fair play to everybody, by the way, who's carried on in this race. The Alpine team, the Quad Ash car, they're two teams that really could have, throw in the towel and called it a day, couldn't they? But they're getting points for finishing the race, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what matters the most. Of course, we went through the halfway portion of this race, and it's important to say that for points in this race, they have to, if I remember correctly, they have to finish about 75% of the class winners' race distance. That's why, DNFing in this race is not much of an option. You have to do your best to try to get towards the end, even though you might be several laps down. It's not the best thing, but it also promotes the spirit of interest for you to try to get to the end while trying to do your best and still trying to remain within the requested percentage of the race time in this situation. So you have to drive about 3 hours. If the leader does 4 hours, you have to drive 3 hours.
But also,
for
let's
you to
not
get
forget
hours counted.
as well. We've seen a lot of incidents today in which Quadash now was 6 laps down at the start, still 6 laps down on the leaders, but another incident for VR or Delta, Screechy Moose's PCS.
The back
They're all
of
of
the
a
safety
sudden,
car queue is just
gaining an extra couple of points or positions for other incidences that drivers may have in this race. So it's always worth going to the end and finishing. The safety car lights are off. We're about to get ready to go green flag racing here.
Yeah. And apparently some of the situations that are going to come into this race, there's some things to be played out already. Looking for already some because I was looking for into the racing reports. Well, we're going to talk about those when it gets issued out to the drivers.
That's absolutely fine. So we'll see what happens here. This is obviously from the incident between the Prismatic and the W2E Pro Group Pro GP teams incident that happened at Blanchimont a few laps ago. Cars pitted last time round for the LMPs on lap 48. We're now on 52, so let's see what happens there. And the LMGT3s have all pitted as well. So it's going to be an interesting one, to say the least. The safety car lights are out as we come through Blanchimont. It could be, look at all them GT cars between NOP and the next LMP car.
Before the control line. The leader dictates the start.
It's the distance between Brussels and, I don't know, give me another Brussels and, I was going to say Breda, but not really. Let me just grab another Belgian city. Brussels and Antwerp. Okay.
There we go.
I'm not going crazy. There we go.
There we go. Well, let's see what happens in this one. Could be an interesting race, to say the least. It's going to be, I think, an interesting restart, especially this LMGT3. We've seen that's been the real fight today in the LMGT3 category, in which it's been an interesting one to keep our eyes on. It's been an interesting one to see what will happen. Either way, when does Sundstrom go? He's not gone just yet. He goes now. He's going to pull away from the Acura, and away goes Sundstrom to lead the cars over the line here in the European Sports Car Championship, as they're all still backed up, look right down to the back end of the chicane. So while the leaders have started, the Simatec car, like I said, was second in class. It's now dropped down. There's Velotti, who's now second.
Oh.
So what's happened to them? There's a spinner. That is... The Velotti car's got the meatball flag aiming to the pit lane. So what has happened there? That is the VR Racing team with a spin at the chicane. So hopefully somebody can get us a replay on what happened in that moment then. Here we go. So David Raleigh
On its own?
He's going to spin on his own, drop the rear there. Where did Velotti get the meatball flag? It's already coming into the pit, so I'm not sure.
No, I only saw the meatball flag whenever they went around the car.
Yeah.
That's awkward.
Yeah, very interesting there. So we'll see how long that is in the pit lane for. It's already been in for 35 seconds. That's the Ferrari of Davide, the Italian job car that was leading in LMGT3 at one stage today. And it now looks like it's got some front end damage and a span at the top of Radion. The Ferrari's day has gone from bad to worse here in Spa.
Can we get a replay and see what happened to the 37? Because he was basically in a vertical. No, not induced. I would say it's on its own, but it's slightly induced. Turn 1 got really lucky, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Let's have a look here then. So, over Radion. That's strange. No snaps on the steering
tire.
wheel. Yeah, gotta be. Well, that's going to be some significant damage for the Ferrari and the wait time he's had there to get back going. Delta Racing look like they've got a penalty coming their way. Saw the black flag next to their name just a moment ago. And here's Dorian. Look at this! Whoa, is that the prismatic car that's just hung onto it out of the gravel there? That's Simotok coming flying through on Kitsune. And it was the prismatic car who was hanging on in there. The Rising Panda. The blockade, if you will, around this back part of Spa. And Simotok now going to try and dive to the inside like it's racing it for position, trying to find which way to overtake. Gets the inside line though into the bus stop chicane. And the Rising Panda lets that go. Prismatic now side by side with, is that Tri-State it's side by side with? I think it is. And Prismatic going at it here, really are having a good little scrap. Velotti's still in the pits, have been in the pits for over 2 minutes. Still don't know where that damage has been picked up from. And Prismatic back up the inside. Oh, that's the 55 car, that's the DSDF car, sorry, who is fighting that one hard there. But already a great restart here. It's brought us plenty of action and plenty of drama.
Dramas, basically we would get that as there's one LMP3 going side by side with a GT3 at the top of Radion and lost some ground in the process. Going to open up the door. Is that the Tri-State car that is actually sitting right behind? Going for potentially a maneuver right there on the inside as we're going to get one of the LMP3s. That's P2, that's CCR going around Quadash at the Lacombe chicane and losing some ground in the process.
Yeah. Sorry, I read the timing screen wrong there. I was about to say where's Vortex gone, and we've scrolled down on the LMGT3 to 10th place. Yeah, Quadash here then.
Simotok going around, by the way. Around CC, and Simotok going around CCR, yeah. So they're now back to P2.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what happens then, but they've got great pace, and they're only 1 second off the back of the NL Academy. David Goff in that car. This is Jesse Molina in the Delta Racing by Tri-State car. P4 at the minute, hanging on in there over Dynaco. They've got Old Firm a couple of seconds up the road, but it's Dynaco and Project 91 Porsches right behind them for position. LMGT3 is really the where the spicy racing is at today. P3 showing us what they can do at the moment. Velotti then, still in the pit lane in LMP3. That could be their day done. They're now a lap down over the Tri-State team. A couple of laps ahead of DSDF. This is Kitsune trying to lap that of Project 91. Porsche tapped! Oh, big incident! Oh, it's up and over! It's on the tyre barrier! That'll be a virtual safety car. Sebastiano Lanzarotto returns to the pit lane. That is a huge incident. Was that the prismatic car caught up in it as well? It was.
Safety car.
Bal 4. Safety car straight away, not even virtual safety car. We have gone full-blown safety car. And the Kitsune car upside down on the tyre wall at Blanchimont. I want to see that again because it was all sorts was happening there. That was awful.
With caution, but at pace to the safety car.
Yeah, this was basically similar to what happened at Imola. You know, not even a virtual safety car, straight onto a safety car. And this is the second time in the season where the virtual safety car was actually overridden. And wow, what a hit.
It's just a little bit before. We just need to go back a little bit before that. But Lanzarotto on his roof, upside down. Holy moly, that was a big one. That was a big one. Here we go then. So this is towards Rivage. This is earlier in the lap.
Oh, but here it is.
Right, so 3 wide, prismatic. That is the Frida Sports Porsche who taps the Kitsune car, not sure, and then it just digs into the gravel after it had been hit by prismatic. It almost got turned into prismatic, dug in the gravel, and over it went. I'd like to see that from the onboard, I think, of the Kitsune car. Did it turn in on the Frida Sport Porsche? Let's have a look here. Does just come across. I think he thinks he's passed the Porsche.
he goes past the Porsche. He thought he was clear. Tries to close the Porsche line. Try to set himself into Blanchimont, and just gets spun around. You know what this looks like? It is a similar incident to what happened in the previous yellow flag and between W2 and the other prismatic LMP2 Pro-Am. It is quite similar in a few senses, but different place because instead of the right hand side, it happened on the left hand side, but it turned to the right hand side because it drove the car across the track. And this time, the Rising Panda of the time of that moment was a prismatic car. There's nothing the prismatic car could do right there, literally nothing. So it is just unfortunate. It's kind of like, if you're prismatic, is it able to say that there is a curve profile PTSD outbreak going on their garage?
Yeah, it's been in the wars today, hasn't it? Well, I said Velotti's race was done. They've already got past Kitsune, and I assume we're going to get past Prismatic as well. They're only 2 laps down to Prismatic, so wow, that was I've not seen a car go like that for a long time on iRacing. That was a big one.
In terms of impact, really, it's been quite a while. I've seen one get this flipped upside down. But remember, we saw that at Imola. Imola happened to have another LMP3 upside down that promptly triggered a safety car.
Well, yet another safety car period just after the last one had been sorted out and we'd gone back racing. Here is David Goff in the NL Academy car. Probably thankful that the safety car's come out because the Simitok car was really charging onto the back of him at the start of this race, at restart.
Yeah. Like a raging bull, if you call it that.
Yeah, indeed, David Goff then, the British driver. There's Liam Kelton, leader for the Acura in the LMGT3 car. England, I'm looking at that time, so it was a couple of taps slower than the Acura, so good fight there. The problem is for these LMGT3s, look at all the LMP cars. Oh dear, they all slow down a little bit. I think that was the Fury and the Iron Lynx car that had to avoid the back of the prismatic LMP2 Pro-Am car. That could have been another prismatic car in the walls.
Aye.
It is all happening at Spa today. And where else would you want to be for the next hour and 13 minutes other than
Prepare
here?
for wave-by. Prepare for wave-by
Watching this all unfold.
Please, no more weaving.
My. What a day, what a race. What a bit of drama here.
Car 74, take the wave-by.
Oh, it's Daniel Goff. According to the chat, it's Daniel Goff, not David Goff.
That is the only eligible car.
So apologies to the chat. We've got David Goff in front of us. So we can only apologise there.
It's a lot of Goffs. Thinking about this way, is Goffs for everybody?
Yeah. Where are we? Right, hang on a moment. Oh, that Ford's that got more damage than it had earlier. Look at the front right of that when it comes around.
I don't think so.
No, on the wheel. Look at the wheel.
No. I think it's fine. Your eyes are deceiving you, Mr. Matthew Duffin.
Yeah, they are. And yet you're the one who's been up since 5 o'clock.
Yeah. And I still have to drive back to my in-laws.
Well, there we go. And how long's the drive?
30-minute drive, not too much. I'll just put on Spotify and blast my my playlist. Don't ask why my playlist sings. What are the beats though? I'm an eclectic guy.
Okay. Where are we? 1 hour, 10 minutes to go. Whew, just got to catch our breath for a moment once again before it could possibly be yet another dramatic restart to happen.
Some have to catch their breath. Some have to drink a sip of water.
Here is Evan Waslam for Velotti, back out on the circuit after the long pit stop after the last safety car procedure. And, trying to make his way up the path. The Kitsune car is back out of the pits after 6 minutes. So, heck of a job to get Lanzarote out on the circuit. Velotti, obviously, Waslam will be passing that of Balfour of the Prismatic car in a moment or two's time. He's on the same lap as the Prismatic and the Kitsune car. So Velotti a little bit to fight for now in LMP3. Here's Liam Kilton, your leader in the LMGT3 category. What a day of action. Safety car procedure. We've only lost the one car. That was the NL Academy car in LMP2. That's retired on its lap 34, which is now 21 laps down. They called it a day, so no points for them. Ooh. We get ready to go again. Everybody else still running out there. Quad Ash, by the way, they're only a lap down now on the PCS Lamborghini. So
pits are closed.
Just over an hour's left. They're going to want to get racing here because they're going to try to come round and try and get past that Lamborghini just for maybe an extra place or not. Here's Waslam, who's got ahead now of the Prismatic car of Balfour. Will be gaining on the pack here as Balfour coming out the pit lane. So great to see them back out on track. So he won't lose a lap to the Kitsune and the Velotti car. He'll stay on that same lap as them. And we'll hopefully be able to get round to the back of the pack. And we'll be able to have a bit of a fight with them as the race comes to its conclusion here in this one. 4 hours of Spa. Remember, on the 13th of September, we've got the 4 hours of Silverstone. And the 25th of October, we've got the 4 hours of Portimão. To end the season, 2 races left to go. 8 hours worth of race, well, 9 hours worth of racing technically left in this season. And it's come down
Race will resume
to the final hour and 8 minutes here at Spa.
Resume at the end of this lap. Reminder,
Safety car lights are off, so we're going to go back racing this time around, Lorenzo. Let's hope that everybody gets through cleanly.
Fingers crossed.
So Sundström will come through Blanchimont here and will just lead the pack into the bus stop chicane as we get ready to go once again. How's your nerve? How's everybody's nerve at the minute? What this has done though, if you look there, look, it's put the Maimaker car and the GazX car and Impact on the back of NOP. So that restart has kind of not worked out for... Sorry, that second safety car has not helped out the NOP team at all. The gap they'd once built has now come down. And Impact, who've had some real pace. They've not been in the 209s yet, but they're the ones now to watch. We go back to green flag racing. Sundström leads them across the line. And we get ready to go here with an hour and 7 minutes left on the clock. And it is Mikael Sundström leading the way from Zankel in the Mermic car, Trosten Gross, then Corbin Lenaway, P4. At this moment, they're all pretty close together, having a bit of a scrap and a ding-dong down towards Eau Rouge. You see there the Impact car on the back of GazX, hoping to try and get something done. Sorry, not quite on the back of the GazX car. They've got a car in between them, but they'll be hoping to get something done using that slipstream. That is the Prismatic car just ahead. No, it's not, sorry, apologies.
It's the VGTR, I think.
VGTR, yeah, of the car in front. And Gross there in GazX now has got Lenaway on the back of him. Look at this. That is the Eagles car, the Eagles McLaren, with the Simitok car, who has taken the lead over the NL Academy. So David Goff has already lost the lead. Look at that, the Eagle speed car coming back up the inside of the LMP3s, fighting them hard through Lacombe. And David Goff has lost out to... Waslam!
Oh,
He's upside
no.
down. Waslam's done all the hard work to get back ahead of Prismatic. He's got on the back of the train. He's on the back of Lanzarote. There's the Lamborghini that Quadash could pass.
Safety car, safety car.
What has
safety
happened
car.
at El Rouge? We could be back to safety car. We are back to safety car. Just as we get away, look, we've got
Car
penalties for
34,
PCS
yeah,
and for
good
Frida
coach.
Sport. We saw the black flags next to their name there. Waslam's on his roof again. One brings two like a
Car
pair of
38,
London
that's good
buses.
coach.
Samuli, bring us a replay. Right, throw Rouge. Here's Waslam. That is the Lamborghini just in front. That is very... Oh, Waslam's lost it on his own. Cold tyres up. Oh, did he get hit there again? I don't think he did.
He did.
No, he did. There we go then. Let's take a look at this from outside of Waslam's car. Look, he's back on the Simatec car. That was the Kitsune car for position. Lost it on his own. Bang! Big hit. Big hit. Oh, I don't know if he did get hit there, you know.
No, he did. I think he did get hit because Nicholas Thomas just made some contact in the car. You're gonna look now on the replay here, Matthew. As soon as he come up, he's gonna come up the hill. You're gonna see that car coming across. He's gonna try to take evasive action.
Yeah.
Bang! Right on the rear of the Lamborghini. Nothing that the Frenchman could do. Unfortunate for the PCS car, man. It's just a letdown.
For the duration of this.
Yellow, breeding yellows, but I don't know. It looked awkward from Evan. I'm not gonna lie, because the car, if he hadn't twitched the car mid corner on the transition from Eau Rouge to Radeon, I think he would have been fine.
Yeah. Well, one thing you can say is it's not like you can hold your brakes when you're upside down to stop the car from rolling back in a seat onto the track, is it? It's not a lot.
But what if you start blowing on the other direction so you can stop the car?
Yeah, just try and slow it down a little bit. Wow, this was an absolute big moment in this race. Wow, that was huge there. So for a second time in this, for a third time in about the last, what have we done? 4 racing laps. We've got a third safety car, and for the second time in this race, we've had a car upside down.
All right, now we got to start our conversation here. I hate it. I hate to bring it up, but this is a reality. What are the chances of Benny being the race winner at this moment? He's leading so many laps on that BMW M2 pace car. Oh yeah.
He's probably not far off the back of the Quadash car in terms of laps he's done in this race. Quadash quite a few laps down in this one. The safety car has done its laps today. Somebody in the YouTube chat saying need some cold start practice. That's the biggest thing we've seen, isn't it? The cold start practice, the restarts with the cold tyre has been a killer.
Yeah, pretty much. And by the way, it is unfortunate, but it's like that. I know Francois Bronnet from Mo Firm is saying that he's sitting in P3 so far in the standings in the LM GT3. But yeah, but then again, it's so rough for you to get a cold tire start practice, you know, because here's the thing. I know you can simulate that to do some very slow laps, but at the same time, what are the chances you'd be going back to back and nearly to back in terms of, you know, yellow flag to green flag runs? It's very unlikely, even though it can happen, but still it is very odd for you to see, you know, Benny driving around for I would say for the last 20 minutes of this race. I would say we had about 15 of them with pace car.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah. It's a strange one. Just double checking there. Sorry, don't worry that the 4 hours has been removed from the timing tower. It was just interfering with the safety car graphic. We also
Don't panic.
Distance. I was just double checking there.
Information to the pit lane.
But no, you're right.
Closed.
It's
Pits will remain closed.
20 minutes worth of action, and we've had 15 minutes behind the safety car. And it got brought out because of an on-race incident. The second time it was brought out was because of a racing incident. This one again was more that cold tyre procedure, wasn't it, than the other two? So drivers have got to be wary about getting their preparations ready to go. And where are we in this race in terms of the LMP3s? Waslam pitted lap 57, so that's just gone. I think they're out of this race. I think they've called that a day. Oh no, it says they're in the pits again now, so not sure. Leaders pitted on lap 48, so we're not due a pit stop for at least another 10 laps. Yeah,
by the way, I have zero clue, Matthew, how the strategies are looking for at this moment. So if you guys ask me about strategies, I'll just say, don't at me. I have no clue.
Well, that was going to be one of my questions for you in this safety car period now is, with this many safety car periods back to back, more safety car laps and racing laps, the LMP2 leader, Sundstrom, pitted on lap 48. We're now on lap 60, so if we're saying 19 to 20 laps, we'd assume he'd be in 67 to 68. We've had
Something
a lot
like
more safety car running. Does this take him towards that 71 lap mark?
It does. But to be honest, I at this moment I have no clue how this is gonna lead out at the end of things, because we're on lap 61, right? So because we're on lap 61, we are expected to have at this moment, let's just say we go green flag this time. You see the pace car lights is out. We're gonna get green flag on this lap. Give or take, you have about 88 laps. So you have at least another pit stop. But then again, the fuel rate is gonna go up, and the laps are gonna go up too. So this 87 can turn into 90 laps, or maybe 89, 91, 92 laps, because the pace is just gonna be very rapid.
Yeah.
So there's still that uncertainty of how accurately you have, how many laps accurately you have left until the end of the race. You just cannot tell, because it has just been highly unpredictable this race.
We've got 58 minutes left. How many pit stops do you think that these guys are having to make within this next hour? Roughly.
Okay, do we know the last guy who did a pit stop? His lap.
Outlap. Not a
Because
clue.
I have no information. I think I have no information about that over here with me. But anyway, all right. So let me just speculate.
19 to 20 laps is how long?
That's 19 to 20 laps. That's on green flag range. That's 30 minutes of race.
So provided we get
once again,
the rest of this race after this
no more than
restart,
5 car length
green flag, that's at least one
please.
stop. So I think two stops, because they're going to be coming to the end of a stop.
Yeah.
The leader will
and then possibly another one. It could possibly be, a bit of a splash and dash for some teams at the end.
Yeah, my thoughts are with you on this one. I think we get potentially 2 full pit stops. Give or take, then we see how this one carries out. If they pit at 3 hours and 20 minutes of racing, then we know for sure they might be able to make it. Some fuel saving might be necessary for you to make it towards the end. So we'll see how that will go on in a few seconds because we're going to get our restart in like 2 corners.
Somebody asking if we'll get a third car upside down. Let's see what's
Please,
happened.
no.
Francois Brandt has put his teammate's been in the car for 45 minutes. We've only done 3 laps of racing. And here we go. Mikael Sundstrom now then pulls away as we go back to green flag racing here at Spa-Francorchamps for the 4th round of the European Sports Car Championship. And Sundstrom leads into La Source with 56 minutes remaining. That is Delta Racing by Tri-State that has had a moment out the chicane on the restart. And there is Revolution, who looked a little slow coming through La Source. Rico Kohlmeier having a moment or two there. We are green flag racing though back here in the Ardennes Forest. And this is Carvalho of Delta Racing, P5 at the moment with a car right behind him. Coming down the Camel Straight now for the 62nd time of asking in this race. Carlo Hernandez is the car. Jinx left, comes back right to the outside line of Lecom. Not got it done there, tucks back in behind. A nice clean getaway from the start already. But look at this, 3 abreast. Mustang, Porsche, LMP3 into Lecom. Who's going to back out? The Ford Mustang doesn't want any of it. The LMP3 of the Simitok car sails round the outside. And we're as we were, but the old firm Ford Mustang now comes under pressure from the Dynaco Porsche, and it looks like we've got a clean getaway on this restart.
Yeah, so far a good restart for everybody. I know there was a little bit of a moment with the W2 car, but right after the Lecom chicane going into Brussels, but after that, I think it's been a clean start for everybody. Thank God. We can see some green flag runs or not. Prismatic maybe saying otherwise, but from what it looks like, it doesn't accrue more damage. Maybe just a slight spin for the number 60.
Yeah, slight spin for the number 60. That's going to put him, after he's repaired damage already, a little further behind the Kitsune car. They're racing for 5th and 6th in this one. That's the best they can hope for. Here is the Dynaco car. Then it's got past the Ford Mustang. The blue and black Porsche is now ahead of the big yellow and black and yellow Ford Mustang. A couple of LMP still coming through to try and put a lap on these cars. The Ford stays to the left as the LMP car comes through. There it is, and now the Dynaco Porsche moves to the left and through into Blanchimont. There you go. We've got a lap of racing back under our belts in this one. James Seal and the DSDF team have got past Velotti in the pit lane. VGTR Esports from the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am are into the pits. So is this a strategy call for them? That'll probably be a definitely 2-stopper for the VGTR Esports team.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe cutting in half the situation for them in this race so far. As I think we got a driver swap. Laszlo Giordi is going to come into the car as we have a battle for P2 between Revolution and Delta V.
We've got a few LMGT3s in the pits as well, and this is Rafael Patel at the moment in the Delta V car versus Kohlmeier in the Revolution car, just sat behind as Giori's back out onto the track for the VGTR eSport team. P5 for them. They are currently was the net leaders and had been comfortable net leaders. Drive through for car number 4 flashing up on the screen now. That is the Delta Racing white BMW. So a drive-through penalty for them in this one. We can also see the PCS have got a penalty to their name with the black flag next to them. But out front though at the moment, look at Sundstrom, not got it all his own way. Zankel and Lenway are still with him at the moment.
So this for me was going to be the interesting topic in this race. How Sundstrom's pace was going to compare to his teammates, right? Because we knew Beifeld's pace was, a rocket ship. He was a rocket around the racetrack and nobody could catch him. I think this is going to be the first true test for NOP to see how they fare against competition, because Mirmika and Impact, they have 2 really fast drivers that can catch up and fight against that number 89 car. And now we got a true battle in our hands with about close to 15 minutes to go into this race.
The WTE Pro GP group have got themselves a stop-go penalty. That'll probably be from the incident earlier on that brought out the first of them 3 safety cars. But Sundstrom here leading from Zankel, from then that of Lenway. The NOP versus Mirmika versus Impact teams going at it down here at Spa at the moment. So far, so good. If you're impacting LMGT3, you've managed to get a 9-second gap in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. As also we are seeing a stop and go for the Rising Panda car for making the contact within the Prismatic one. With the Prismatic LMP2 Pro M. As you can see Lanaway on the inside. He's going to make the move on Zenkel. And Lanaway going finally back into P2 after so long in this race.
It's been a terrible time for him at the start, but finally the impact car coming back through as Fury Simsport there with Carvalho, the Delta Racing car behind, being overtaken on the Camel Straight, still going at it through towards Rivage. They come once again. Nathan Walter in the Iron Lynx car looks to make a move up the inside into Rivage. Door's always going to close. Little bit of contact maybe there coming through Rivage. And in towards No Name, we all carry on as we were for the time being.
Could have ended this in tears for everybody. So good battle between everybody, and so far the Gazak seem holding their clutches so far. But the thing is, this could change in a heartbeat. Look for Fury. Fury trying to find ways to go on the outside, inside of it. Same can be said for that Iron Lynx car. Delta Racing closing the gaps on every place they could find it. The Iron Lynx cannot go forward.
Yeah, they're trying to make moves wherever they possibly can in this race. Good job from the Iron Lynx. Good run there out to campus. In towards Stavolo now. Getting that slipstream down towards Blanchimont. They can come. Can they try and go side by side towards, maybe look to set up a move into that bus stop chicane? It's Nathan Walter in the Iron Lynx car. Looks to the outside now. Going to turn into Blanchimont. This is his real opportunity. Closing. Does the inside open up? No, it does not. Jinx to the outside. Late on the brakes. Can he get it done? Around the outside at the first part. Up the inside. Too tight a line for this next bit. And well held from the car in front. But a slow, poor exit from Walter. This could give then the Tri-State car maybe a chance to have a look. And potentially that of the LMP2 Pro-Am driver in the Prismatic car around the outside for track position. But Iron Lynx hang on into it, and as does the Tri-State car. Side by side they're going now with the Pro-Am driver up for Eau Rouge. This could get nasty, and all nice and calm as they come over Radion.
Yeah, you can see the blinking of the headlights as well, but then again it's Prismatic, you're the back marker. You have to lift. You know, it's like there's a big danger for you to try to take this side by side. But then again, I don't know if he had any space for him to actually lift off and try to let them go around. And you can see now Iron Lynx making the move forward. It could go in one more spot up, but try to challenge them, and so far closing the door. Really well done by Iron Lynx on this battle.
Yeah. Very clever on the defending there, and Bart Matcha in the Tri-State car just looking to have that door opened up. What's it like out front? Still Sundstrom just ahead of that of Lenway and Zankel at this moment in time. Zankel, actually, the Mermic car's dropped down to third place, as we saw earlier. Was actually the quicker of the three. So far so good for them. We've then got the fight between Matthew Luke in the Fury car, Rafael Patel and Kohlmeier in LMP2 Pro-Am. In LMP3, it is Simitok who are starting to pull away with this one, and in LMGT3, the Impact car are 11 seconds ahead now at Dynaco, but certain drivers made a pit stop on the last couple of laps. Vortex, who was in second place, pitted a lap before the Rising Panda in the old firm car, and actually came up behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and it's showing the first time in this race that these guys are human. They need to do something to try to get away from Corbin Lenaway. We know that Corbin Lenaway is one of the fastest drivers in this championship, and we know that number 6 is gonna have a run on them if they so let it. So it's gonna be basically flat into the pedal for the remainder of this race. Question is, when do they pit stop? This is the big question of this stint so far. When do they pit stop?
Well, they pitted last on lap 48. We're on lap 66 now. So you'd imagine with the amount of safety cars we've had, they could possibly push this to 70, 71. Speaking of pushing it, the Iron Lynx car down the Camel Straight, looking for a move. They're nearly 3 wide until they come, and right around the outside goes Nathan Walter. Has to cut the chicane. He'll have to yield some time back there.
Yeah, probably not going to have to give the position back because he hasn't lost position. You can see Delta blinking their headlights, and you can see Nathan, not caring about that too much, even though he has to slow down. And now the Delta racing car is right behind them to engage in battle once more, even though they got a little bit of a rough ride outside No Name.
Yeah, so interesting to see here. I'm sure that one will be straight to the stewards and reported. Eagle Speed into the pit lane from P3 in the LMGT3. The Corvette is now in the pits. Which this will definitely be, let's put it this way, this will 100% be last pit stops for the GT3. So whatever GT3s have pitted recently, this will be their last stops in this race. They will 100% be going to the end of this one. Liam Kilton doing what he needs to. Eagle Speed actually are on the way out the pit lane here. And they're actually going to come out P3 still, because just crossing the line now is that of the old firm Ford Mustang. In fact, they've not even crossed the line just yet. They have now. So Eagle Speed P3. What happened to Vortex in the pit lane then? Because they have lost a lot of time. They was second in class. They're now down to... oh no, sorry. Ignore me. For some reason the timing tower is all over the place once again. I've just noticed the positions. Vortex are still third. So apologies about that. I'm not sure why.
Oh Lord. They managed to get around safely as we see Old Firm and Frida going at the top already on, and not far ahead of them is the battle for the lead, overall lead. So Impact is right in the back wing.
They're not, they're side by side. Leaders are side by side. Here comes Sundstrom to the outside. Impact have managed to get up the inside. They was around early in the race. They was nearly last in the category. They now lead with 44 minutes to go. Corbin Lenaway takes the lead of this race with a fantastic move down the Camel Straight.
Yeah, got a little bit of an argy-bargy between them, but what a move from Lenaway. Just decided to be decisive. Well, decided to be decisive is a little bit of a repetition, but full decisiveness off the number 6 and got the lead. Clean and crisp, not too much of a sweat had to be worked out around Lacombe.
So ignore what I was saying about LMGT3. Vortex all third. We have got second place Dynaco now in the pits for their stops, so we'll see where they come around. Unsure why the positions are a little all over the place on our timing screen, so apologies for that mix up there from me. Sikorsky P4 at the minute for the Project 91 Racing Team. Green is ahead of the other Porsche at the moment. And Sikorsky so far doing a good job. That's the Benjamin. Is that the, yeah? That's the Fisher car. The green Porsche just behind as well, that is going to pull right out and not let the Ferrari get its slipstream here, although the Ferrari, I know it is on the same lap actually as the Fisher car. No, it's not. It's a lap down, so the Ferrari trying to unlap itself at the moment.
Yeah, as we're seeing Lenaway into the pit lane.
Yeah. So this is what we say, this has got to be, as we get a drive-through for car 56, that is the Kitsune car. So that will be for obviously turning in on the Porsche, won't it?
Seems like it, but 3 hours and 18 minutes. 18 minutes for Lenaway means he needs another stop.
No, it's not going to be a full stop for Lenaway, though, is it? It'll only be a partial stop, not quite a splash and dash, but not a full pit stop.
If I'm Miller, I would do a full pit stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
Because if you still have one more tire, and I think they do, I'll get back to you after this battle. Yeah,
there's a battle here. Rafael Patel on the outside in the red and black Delta V car. They've got the Prismatic car just behind them as well, coming through. This is the battle in LMP2 Pro-Am. Sorry, yeah, that is the Prismatic. That's Area Best, who's a lap down with them all. And Patel there, moving up ahead of Kohlmeier, I do believe, in that one. It's the Delta Racing. Sorry, no, so this is for track position. They're fighting each other. Not even in the same category. It's all for track position there. This is for, as Kohlmeier's the car in front, so Not sure why these two are fighting so hard at this one at the moment. Track position, obviously, it's key, but they're not in a race with each other.
If it is a battle for overall, they're going to be battling, nevertheless. That's what I think.
Excuse me. Looking out front, lots of gaps there. Still Impactum, still Mermica with that of NOP out front at the moment. That's 0.4 of a second. Fury Simsport's got a 4-second lead. Remember though, the Fury Simsport, VGTR Esports, they've pitted. They've done their potential second to last stop early to get towards the end and maybe pit longer. So you're saying about the tyres at the end, are you thinking that teams are going to take a fresh set of tyres for the last stint?
I think so. I think some of these teams might be saving the tire for the final stint. I think that would be the more, I'm not going to say optimal strategy, but I think that would be a really good strategy moving forward. As I know Patel is not happy at all with the driving from Daniel Carvalho, so I know there was even a blinking of the headlights because you're making the guy lose time, even though it's not a battle for class. It is a battle for track position, just like you said, but everybody wants their overall position to be highlighted in this race.
I think this is the problem, isn't it? It's Delta V, they're trying to get past that of Delta Racing. And yet they've got two back markers in LMP2 Pro sat behind them. They're all flashing the lights at each other. Really sort of racing hard and aggressive, not on the same lap, not for the same position, and yet this could end up in tears as they're now going to try and lap the Ford Mustang in towards the Lecombe chicane. The Ford Mustang turns in. This could end up in absolute tears in a moment. They are all over the place trying to pass each other for a space on the track. Is all that is up for grabs. Still flashing the lights there is Rafael Patel.
Yeah. I don't want to be in the steward's room whenever something happens.
The hardest job in all of sim racing. Well, now Rafael Patel can get past the Ford Mustang because that was the Delta car off the road through No Name on the outside. And now he's got back through and now hopefully can pull away and not need to be held up by the Delta Racing car of Carvalho anymore. We saw the Gazex car had pitted. Hugo Robbie's back into the car of that one. And now the Ford Mustangs ended up at Blanchimont. So could this bring out a full course yellow? So moving into the replay now. Oh, hip and shoulder there. So it was actually a bit of contact as the Delta car rejoined. It then hit the Mustang into the Delta V car. And the Mustangs just drove off circuit and parked up. Oh no, he's gone straight on and hit the wall. Not sure why he's done that, but that'll be why he's broken. Yeah. 8, maybe he just didn't want to stop or turn because taking another look at this. He has a wiggle through Lecombe. 2, 1. Now watch the Delta Racing car, the blue car, going to go up the inside into Radion now, into Rivage, sorry, now.
Yeah.
And then the Ford Mustang's going to tuck back in for No Name. Look, in it goes. Slots into the gap. Now the blue Delta Racing car is going to go so wide through No Name and it rejoins and pushes the Mustang into the Delta V car. And is that front? Yeah, I think that front left doesn't look quite right, does it? He turns in, look, and the car is not complying. I think that front left was broken, or possibly both, but a little silly from the two LMP cars there. It was just getting a little bit of handbags, and the Ford Mustangs paid the price for it. And we are under full course yellow.
Who is to blame right there?
One, that if you're asking me, if I was to put my steward's thinking cap on, I'd slam that on the Delta Racing car, the blue car. It was off the circuit, rejoined quite erratically. That meant the Ford had to change his line, which put him into the Delta V car. I think both the Delta V and the Delta Racing LMP2 cars was being a little silly, in my opinion, but I think that's on the Delta Racing car. I think that is fully on Daniel Carvalho, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree on a sense. Dangerous rejoin. But again,
I just don't quite understand. They're on the same lap. They know there's no extra points for beating each other up for grabs. So down the, Yeah, just the last bit of action we saw of them. They just looked a little all over the place. Something could have happened and ended badly. And it did for the Ford Mustang.
Some would say a little bit of ego.
Massive, yeah, massive.
Ego battle, yeah. Nothing you can do about that. It's just driver thing.
Full course yellow.
Yeah,
ending
well,
in 10
let's see what
seconds.
happens here.
10, 9,
At
8,
the moment,
7, 6,
everything is
5, 4,
is all a little different.
3,
Is all a little strange. We'll see what
2,
comes out of that.
1. Full
From
course yellow removed.
the race control area. We've got, what, 35 minutes left. We're back to green flag racing, and Rafael Patel once again, and Carvalho going straight back at it.
Oh, it's not them, it's Impact right behind.
Oh, that is Impact right behind, yeah. So where has Carvalho gone? He's actually dropped behind the Prismatic car behind, so no. So this is now LMP2, so that is Rafael Patel in the red and black 25 car, and then that is Impact, who's a lap down trying to unlap himself over the Delta V racing car. Now the Myrmika car right on the back of Sundstrom in the NOP car that's led every single lap. I don't think he's even been overtaken in the pits, and that is Revolution of Kohlmeier. What has happened to him? Because he wasn't involved. We didn't see him anywhere, and all of a sudden he's had a spin out of no name. Hopefully he's not touched the wall. This is what has happened then. So he's on his own. Car behind him.
Too much curbing.
Too much curbing. Tyres have cooled down a little bit due to that full course yellow possibly as well.
Yeah, most likely.
So, combination of the both. And Kohlmeier having a spin. Now, that is not going to help him in his fight with Patel, but the fight for the lead, Sundstrom starts to put a gap. 3/10 quicker over the Myrmika car last time around. Just started to look like he'd opened his the gap to the Myrmika car in this one. We've got that Ford Mustang still now in the pit lane. That could be raced on. Where's the Quad Ash car? Lap 6, so it's still 5 laps behind the Mustang. So that's going to be a lengthy pit stop for the Mustang if Quad Ash are to gain an extra place. Sadly, I don't think that is going to happen. It is Liam Kilton leading in LMGT3. We've got Eagle Speed back in for another pit stop. So not sure what's gone wrong with the Eagle Speed car as well there. We've also got Simatech in. So I assume Danny Bunchew's coming in for his final run, 36 minutes. Will that get to the 34 minutes? That'll be fuel saving to the end, I think.
Maybe. I think it would be a slight fuel save towards the end, but I think Bunchu and his teammate can get to the end without having too much trouble. By the way, Delta V in the LMP2 Pro doing their final pit stop as well.
Yep, as is the CCR team in LMP3. We've got Delta V who's coming out the pits. Rafael Patel still in the car. Nobody else yet to pit in this race. What was you saying, about 30 minutes roughly to get to the end?
Roughly 30. We have about 35 minutes, I think, to the end if you get an extra lap.
Right, so, and what is it for a pit stop, a stint?
That's nearly a full pit stop.
Yeah. Oh, that is like an end there in the Delta Racing by Tri-State car. Just tapped the rear of an LMP car, and round goes the BMW. And what has been a pretty good race so far for Delta Racing by Tri-State. Right, so everybody who pits really from now could and should get to the end of this race. So that could have been the last pit stop for Simatok. They come out still in second place. They are 37 seconds behind the NL Academy. Myrmika in the pits. Undercut possibility. Let's see what happens then. NOP carry on their way. Where is Impact? Sam Miller pitted. A handful of laps. Oh, he pitted on lap 67. We're on lap 71. Oh, Sam Miller. Is he going to have to pit again at the end? I think he might, you know.
I think there's a risk. There is a risk, not gonna lie.
Let's keep our eyes on that. Myrmika dropping down the order. Obviously they're in the pits. Matthew Luke for Fury Simsport in the pits. VGTR Esports should go back in front. So let's see what happens. Velotti in the pits as well. And here comes Sam Miller then. Still in the pit lane is the Myrmika car. Impact was in there for 32 seconds. And Myrmika have been in there for 33. So they lose a bit of time in the pits, and Sam Miller will go up to 6th place. He's got a lot of work to do as Sam Miller. He'll be hoping for potentially, if he takes the lead of this race after Sundström does a pit stop, he'll be hoping to maybe get a full course yellow to help him out towards the end of this race.
Yeah, something like it, because at this moment of this race, it's looking quite spicy, and their unchallenged lead so far in this race could be actually brought down for the first time in the race when it should matter the most at the end.
Rico Kohlmeier, your leader in Pro-Am, obviously hasn't pitted since lap 69. VGTR Esports pitted on lap 62. They could both pit towards the end of this one. You know, I fancy Fury. Fury could be in a good position here. Let's keep our eyes out. Kohlmeier going towards the end. When was the last time? Liam Kilton has got to stop again, surely, at some point. Every GT3 stopped around the lap 60 mark. He was lap 47. So maybe a splash and dash for Kilton at the end. I doubt he's going to be able to get to the end. He's got a 49-second lead over the Vortex car. We'll keep our eyes on that. There he is in the Acura. Delta Racing by Tri-State's got a penalty to their name as well. You see the black flag there. I wonder if that is...
It's for a race start violation.
Yeah, there we go.
Race restart.
Right, 209s. Whoa, who's that? That's the Frida Sport car. Backwards into the wall. That is at... Is that Puon? Yeah, that's Puon. No, that's Stavlo.
Stavlo, yeah. Weird. You don't lose out that car at Stavlo.
Got to have been some contact. Surely it went into that wall hard. We'll get a replay. That's the Frida Sport car. It was up into 7th place as well. The Italian job Ferrari their day down in 9th place. What could have been for them in this one? So Delta Racing by Tri-State's in the pits. This is what happened. So that is that just behind? That is the number 6 car.
Oh no.
I mean, it's Sam Miller. Sam Miller taps the rear of Frida Sport. So there we go. So Sam Miller could be in a bit of trouble. And that has really ruined the end of the Frida Sports the Frida Sports race there. So Sam Miller, that could be a bit of trouble for him at the end of this one.
That's an understatement. I think this would be their end of the race in a nutshell. And you can see even Murmika giving chase so far. So this is a battle for the net lead of the race, give or take, if NOP botches her move.
So Murmika here looking to try and get past Impact, although maybe following Impact's not the worst thing, because Sam Miller's got some pace in that car. And if a penalty does come his way, I know you'd rather win it on the road, but anything can happen here. Sam Miller, not the way he would have wanted this to go. We've only lost the one car from this race. Just double checking. Yep, we've only lost the one car from this race. That was the NL Academy car, number 32 in LMP2. And the question is, when do NOP decide to pit in this race? Apparently we've lost Kitsune from this one. Yeah, they're not lapping neither. So Kitsune have retired from this race as well. That could give Velotti another place there. When does Sundström decide to call it into the pits? Because he's just started yet another lap here. So pushing it as far as he can.
You go as late as you can. The problem is the gap to World of Sim Racing is closing, and these guys are battling. This could be his life, say, kind of like his second life, if you call it, if you will, because they're battling quite hard and losing time in the process.
Well, here is Peter Hermich at the moment trying to get past the Impact car of Sam Miller. They move up another place due to Matthias into the pit lane from the Tri-State team. So Murmik here sat in a decent position now for potentially second place in this race. And could provide to be an interesting one as we go through into this final 35 minutes then. 25 minutes of racing. When will Sundström call it into the pit lane? Sundström's your leader. Rico Kohlmeier is your leader. Here comes Hermich down the Camel Straight into Lacombe, late on the brakes. up the inside, but we know the outside can work at Lecom. And Miller hangs on in there for yet another lap.
With some contact, if I might add, Matthew. So this is not going to end. Not here, not now. So we're going to see a little bit more of an RG-bargies between these two LMP2s.
They've got the Alpine team as well just behind them. Obviously trying to unlap itself in this race. Alpine's race kind of ruined earlier in the day with a huge incident at El Rouge. And yeah, so far so good. In comes Sundstrom now. So this is the pit stop that could win this race or lose it for Sundstrom. We know he'll be going to the end. And Sam Miller at the moment is now the man who's fighting hard against that.
89 pitting. Sundstrom pitting.
Yeah, Sundstrom in. Carlos Hernandez in the pits. Iron Lynx, I assume. Iron Lynx will be pitting shortly as well, surely. 16.9. Well, maybe not, you know. Iron Lynx pitted after the impact car and only 2 laps before Mermica. Iron Lynx could have put themselves in a real strong position here. Whoa, interesting. So if I've worked that out, if we're going full green lap flags, Iron Lynx would need to be pitting on lap 89, maybe 88. We're only on lap 74. There's 25 minutes left.
Hold up. How many laps you're saying they need to pit?
19 to 21 is what we worked out, didn't we? Laps.
Okay. If Iron Lynx need to pit around lap 89, the race has only 86 laps total.
I think Iron Lynx have possibly pulled off a great strategy. Look at this. GT3s, LMPs, all trying to fight each other for position. Mermica look up the inside into Lecom once again and can't do anything about it. And they stay as they were with the impact car. They've got to run to the outside, but that is the number 17 Pro-Am car. That is Gory in the VGTR Esports car who's trying to run down after Kohlmeier. Oh, it's all happening here. The Alpine Esports involved, these GT3s involved, and it's for what could be now the final podium spot between Impact and Mermica. Iron Lynx could have pulled off a great strategy.
It would have been a genius move if they only have to pit around lap 88, 89, as there is a potential of only 86 laps remaining into this race. So it would have been a genius move if they pulled that one off, and that would be major props for them. That would be their maiden win of the season, and what a better way to come that maiden win in a way like this.
They've not been in this race even for a podium, have they, at all? And now, all of a sudden, they could be in for a race win. That'll be absolutely huge at the moment. They've got a 7-second gap, plus whatever traffic is in that 7 seconds to help them out a little bit. Well, Iron Lynx, Nathan Walter, this is 20 minutes of your finest racing at the moment here. I'm sure somebody in the chat said earlier 19 to 21 laps is the maximum.
Corbin said that.
Yeah, they pitted on lap 69, so that would be 88 to 89. So if it is only going to 86 laps, my oh my, Iron Lynx have pulled off a strategy. Rico Kohlmeier pitted on lap 69, so has that earned him the win in Pro-Am? What's the gap? The gap is 7 seconds there in LMP2 Pro-Am. So Kohlmeier and the Revolution team could be on for a race win. Danny Bunchu is looking like he's comfortable for a race win. Pitted a lap before the NL Academy, so that looks pretty done there. Liam Kilton pitted on lap 47. It's now lap 72, so the Acura going the long distance, and they're side by side, bumping door to door. There was Hermish and that of Miller, and they touch again into Lecom, and a bit more contact through Lecom, and has Mermica got through? No, because Impact are still fighting it. Now they have. Great bit of racing, great bit of drama, and Mermica up into P3.
But have they made it through completely, though? Because from Samuel's perspective, he doesn't want to give up that one easily.
No, he's not going to want to give that up easily, but you just wonder if the Myrmica car possibly has fresher tyres. It was in the pits for a little bit longer than the Impact car. So it's got newer tyres on that car. Liam Kilton pitted on lap 47. We're on lap 73 for the LMGT3s. Yeah, that's he surely got a splash and dash at the end of this race. There's no way that car can go any much longer.
I agree. I still think if they get a splash and dash, will be like a very short splash and dash, maybe 2 to 3 laps.
Yeah.
But it's still going to be a massive damage to that Impact car, which I'm not going to take away the fact they had a massive recovery in this race.
No, the LMGT3, who's led for quite a while, hasn't it, is the one I'm on about. Yeah, got a feel for the Italian job car. There it is, look. Lapping the same. It was actually 9/10 quicker than Van Luck in the Vortex car last time around. So its pace is still good. It's just got to pit at the moment. Let's see what happens in this race. Iron Lynx could have won. Revolution could have put itself on the top step. Simitok have done really well. And Impact, who've had that fight with the Italian job Ferrari all day in LMGT3, could have finally paid off for them. Hats off to Van Luck in the Vortex, by the way. Remember, he spun on the end of that formation lap, and it put him right to the back of the LMGT3 pack to be second place. Potential race winner when the Acura pits. It is fantastic.
No, absolutely. The job that Acura has been doing this race so far has been nothing short of amazing, and but proves also how good the Acura is in this build. You know, literally, it's been said it's probably one of the best cars, if not the fastest car on pure pace in this build, season 3 build. But it doesn't take away, even though with the BOP, the car is performing wonderfully, and they're coming out with a victory.
There is a drive-through penalty for the Revolution car, the leader of Pro-Am. That has cost itself a race win. Rico Kohlmeier has got a drive-through penalty, and that is going to cost it. What chance it had of a race win, I don't know. Because it is, well, pretty good actually, because it's lapping quicker than the VGTR Esports car. But that, Lorenzo, has possibly cost it a race win.
Yeah, definitely. Luckily for him, the pit stop is a really fast pit stop for you to do that tractor. So once he goes in, that gap is probably going to sit around maybe 5 seconds whenever Kohlmeier comes in. There you go. Into the pit lane he comes. Now the question is, he needs to drive that with a pit limiter on. That's going to put around 79 kilometers around the car, potentially. So he's going to have to be very mindful going forward. And also one other thing, he cannot upshift and downshift for him to try to go quicker.
Well, through goes the Esports car. Where's the Fury car to come through as well? I think it's too far back. So VGTR Esports of Laszlo Giori takes the lead back in LMP2 Pro-Am. Kohlmeier comes out the pit lane. He'll be somewhere in the background. There he is. It's not impossible. He was lapping quicker. He's about 5 seconds behind. So will we see a race on here between the leaders of LMP2 Pro-Am? All coming down to the end. NOP are lapping a second and 1.4 quicker last time around than the Iron Lynx car. So keep your eyes on that one. LMP3, 0.6 of a second. Danny Bunchu over Caleb Koski. That could be pretty much done there. Liam Kilton, 0.3 quicker than Van Luck, but we're expecting Kilton to come into the pit lane in this race. That's a 49-second gap he's got between them. We're expecting that to change in this race. This is really getting interesting in this one. This could be just fascinating towards the end.
I agree, and we know Revolution has pace. They can try to beat the VGTR into the victory on LMP2. I would bring your attention also, Matthew, on the battle for the overall lead in the LMP2, also LMP2 class, because NOP is driving slightly quicker than Nathan Walter on a lap-by-lap basis. Of course, we still have 17 minutes remaining into this race.
Yeah.
But that 5-second gap can quickly vanish if you just look around the laps that everybody is doing. 11.4 has done Walter. Sundstrom, 10.8. Another more than half a second caught by the Swedish team on the previous lap.
And this is going to be an interesting one, I think, to see what happens at the end of this race, because Nathan Walter, like you said, just lost, that's some 0.6 he's lost to NOP. 5 seconds is the gap. Crucial time for Walter here. Gotta be, we've got 15 minutes left in this race. It's got to be the best 15 minutes ever. There you can see, look, the time he's gained over Sundstrom, over Walter these last couple of laps. But yeah, interesting race. Kohlmeier is going to be interesting to see as well. We'll keep our eyes on their lap times between him and Gyuri at the moment. Caleb Koski, another 6/10 over, another 5/10 over that of, Bunchu gained 5/10 over Koski, and Kilton last time around was 4/10 quicker than Van Look. Kilton's driving brilliantly in that Acura. Let's not take anything away, but Nathan Walter, the Iron Links team, you've got to give them a pat on the back. Great strategy.
It's been a courageous strategy. It's been wonderfully executed, though. And so far, they're in P1, but from the looks of things, it just looks it's going to be quite hard for them to hold off that NOP nearly on pace car. But from the rest of it, if just keeps going like this, P2 or P1 or P2 is surely confirmed for that team, who truly needs a good result for them to propel properly into the LMP2 standings.
Hernandez here, 6th overall, trying to get towards that Gazex car, which is the green car at the front of this train. That'll give him 5th place. Gazex dropped off a little bit here. They was running 3rd place for a while. He dropped off the back of that podium contention. A 2:11.9 last time round for Nathan Walter. A 2:10.5 for Sundstrom. So really the gap is coming down. It's 4 seconds. It's another 1.5 seconds taken out of the lead. Sundstrom putting qualifying laps in this race. We're only getting to 86 laps, then there's 7 laps to go. And Sundstrom driving like he needs to at this moment. So in this race, what will happen? Out front, Iron Links versus NOP, VGTR Esports versus Revolution. It's Simitok versus the NL Academy, and Impact versus Vortex for the race wins. I'm sure we can have some race winners. They'll be very happy with today's job and the work that they have done. This is Sam Miller though, so whatever has happened to that Impact car, it's just starting to die in this race. Is it older tyres that he's got on the car? Because the Gazex car of Rob pulls to the inside line of Lecombe. No way through there this time around, but everybody look at the grip and the momentum through Lecombe that the Gazex team had over that of Impact. And Impact defending the inside line, already into Rivage they come. Through they go. Right then, just got to keep it calm. It's all coming together towards the end of this race. Who is coming out on top in this one? Hugo Robb, the green and black Gazex car, towards the end of the lap, in towards Piff Path now. 12 seconds Simatek have got over the NL Academy. Impact's been in the pits because that gap's down to 20 seconds. Impact, can't see the last time they pitted for some reason. Oh, it's there. They pitted on lap 70-60. Yes, Impact have been in the pits. So they have pulled their car into the pit lane. And in they have come for their final pit stop. So the gap is down to 20 seconds for Liam Kilton. Only a 14-second pit stop, so you'd want to hope that the strategist has got the fuel worked out right there. And Impact will be going to the end. Good stop. That is the 55 car Harley Byrne round at the bus stop chicane. And he carries on his way up to 6th place on debut for the BSDF Racing team there then. Ahead of Velotink, Tuna obviously retired from this race. Where's Quadash in terms of this? They got past Frida Sport after their pit stops, so Quadash have moved up to 14th. No final. Frida Sport have retired. They are out on lap 69, so penalty to their name, and with that damage they have called it a day. So that could help the PCS team get an extra place. But Quadash, last 2 times in this stage of the race, was fighting for the win. This time they are not. The Screeching Mooses look like they've got a penalty to their name on the timing screen. And Quadash, no, Quadash is still quite a way behind. So the Mooses here could lose out to Old Firm in the Ford Mustang.
Yeah, I'm looking over here, seeing if there's any penalties on the sheet. I'm gonna have to see if they were already issued out by race control. But doesn't look. I didn't see anything specific for them, but we'll see. This could be incident related, but I'm not. I don't take my word for granted. By the way, Iron Links. Meanwhile, Iron Links and NOP gap sitting around 1.5 seconds already. Nathan Walter losing more time to the LMP3. I think that's Tri-State. He just lost a little bit of momentum right there, right around Blanchimont. You can see there's a little bit of struggle of the car going around into the bus stop, but right on the frame, there you go. You can see Sundstrom already lurking like Jaws, ready to catch its prey with 10 minutes to go over here in this race. Give or take about 4 or 5 laps to go in this race remaining for the 4 hours of Spa here at the European Sports Car Championship. I hope you guys were excited to watch with us, and let's take it out to the end to see more exciting action as we see also VGTR Esport into the pit lane. So we kind of expected them to do their pit stop, but this is quite big. This is going to put Revolution into lead. Kohlmeyer, after everything that transpired for him, back into the lead off this race. Question is, can Fury go into P2 after what happened here, Matthew? Because that VGTR Esport pit stop just was, I'll be very honest, I kind of expected it, but it's still painful nevertheless for you to see that while Screeching Moose comes into the pit lane too.
It is, especially while they've had such a good run in the lead of this race and have done such a good job. They're now not even on the podium. So they've got to hope that they could try and get onto the back of Delta V, who could be on for a 3rd place here. The Screeching Mooses into the pit lane for their drive-through penalty, it looks like. But you're right, look, the gap, Iron Links to NOP, under 1 second here at Spa. Oh, we've got a race on our hands. It was nearly 2 seconds quicker was the NOPT car of Sundstrom last time around. And at the moment, the Iron Links car, I'm wondering if they didn't take tyres in their final run, because they've great strategy, but it's just not worked out for them at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I say that, Lorenzo, there wasn't even near a podium, so has it worked out for them? P2 still a very good result.
No, it will be their maiden podium. Regardless of what happens, this result is great for Iron Links, regardless if they're going to get overtaken by Sundstrom maybe in the next lap or so. So this is just phenomenal for them. And it just commends their strategy and how bold they were with their strategy. Oh, let's take it out to the end. Maybe we're going to have to feel safe. Well, it doesn't matter. What matters is get the podium, because Myrmica, the Myrmica MA70 car is nowhere close. As we see the drive-through for Sam Miller, we kind of expect that to come, yeah.
That'll put him a little down the order, so that's not what Impact would have wanted in this race. The thing for Nathan Walter now is, what he'd love more than anything is a full course yellow. He'd love that more than anything. Oh, and there's a spinner. Carlos Hernandez holds his brakes, keeps it really tight, and now gets away. So nicely done there. No full course yellow, but you've got to say that Nathan Walter and the Iron Links team will be looking for a full course yellow somewhere, because So they know that car is coming. A bit of traffic might also help. They've just got past one at Rivage. The thing for Walter here is, if he's to clear a car, he could do with then that car just slotting back in between, just for a corner or two, just to, again, give him a bit more of a cushion and a buffer. And hello, what's this? That's Rico Kohlmeier, the leader of Pro-Ams in the wall on the Kemmel Straight. Could this be the full course yellow or possibly virtual safety car that Iron Lynx needed in this race to save a bit of fuel? But the Fury team will take the lead, and to the pits go Revolution. What has happened there? Up through Eau Rouge, over Radion he comes now.
Oh, no.
Is that a steering wheel problem?
Yes.
You see that the in-cockpit view is locked on to the right and it's turned left. That could potentially be a steering wheel problem for Kohlmeier that has put him down. And NOP are attacking the Iron Lynx. To the final chicane they come. Is there going to be a yellow flag or a virtual safety car to save the Iron Lynx team at the moment? Not yet. And here comes Sundstrom to attack Walter. Down the outside and towards the source they go. Sundstrom on the outside. Not yet in front. And we go to full course yellow. That has just saved Walter for a brief moment of time.
Yeah, for like 2 minutes. Give or take 2 minutes. Wow. Wow.
It'll take 2 minutes. They'll take every minute they can get. There is only 5 of them left in the race. We are on for a finish here in LMP2 today.
If we go a full lap, Mr. Matthew Duffin, this is over.
Yeah.
Because a full lap on pit limiter is about 8 minutes.
Just noticing as well, VGTR will be wanting their safety car to end, the full course yellow to end, sorry, because they're only 7 seconds behind Fury and Delta V. Delta V are within a second of Fury, so they're fighting for the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. Simitok over a second, Impact over 39 seconds. But there is Matthew Luke and Rafael Patel. And then just down the road, 6 seconds, is the VGTR Esports car. So, we've got a fight in the LMP2 categories here till the very end.
Yeah, man. I don't even know what to say. I'm lost for words.
There's Sam Miller. Can't do his drive-through penalty. Pit lane is closed. So he cannot do that at the moment. 3 and a bit minutes remain on the clock. Whew.
Take a breath, because you're gonna need all that breath. If we get about 58 on that clock, and this goes green. If I'm Nathan Walter, I'm calling Dorian Pun. I'm calling Sarah Bovey. Hold up, let me get the WEC lineup. Daniel, it's Junkadel, I think, who drives for them. But anyway, let me see. I'm crazy over here right now, man. Okay, so at this current situation, if I'm Nathan Walter, I would call the powers of Matteo Cairoli, Claudio Scavoni, Matteo Cresoni, Brendan Grove, Stephen Grove. Well, not them, because they were very slow around Le Mans. Drew Gilbert, Lorcan Hannafin, Fran Rueda, Lynn Honidus, Maxime Martin, Christian Reed, and Martin Berry. Call their powers. You're going to need all the powers you can get, bro.
Well, in the chat, 4 minutes left and the wheel's disconnected. Sums up our season. So,
trust me, I feel for them, bro. I feel for them, dude. I truly feel for you guys. It's like,
heartbreaking.
okay. Oh. Here we go.
10,
Here we go.
Remember what I said about the 58 minutes?
7,
Yeah.
6, 5.
So is
4,
this going to be
3,
the last lap
2,
of racing?
1.
If we go green,
Full course yellow
no,
removed.
we'll get one more. We go green, we get one more. Iron Lynx slow to get away on the blocks. Sundstrom on the back. We've got 1 and a bit laps of racing here in Belgium for the 4th round of the European Sports Car Championship. In towards Campos they go now. It is Nathan Walter of the Iron Lynx racing car versus that of Mikael Sundström in the NOP orange machine. It has led majority of this race. It has been dominant in this race. But for one lap, it has got to try and overtake to take the checkered flag and win. Iron Lynx versus NOP. Here we go then, into the bus stop chicane. NOP's trying to look around the outside. Not going to be done there, surely. They go door to door. NOP holds a tighter line and gets through. And with the start of the final lap, Mikael Sundström puts it all on the line and makes the overtake happen with a lap to go.
Nice move. And Nathan cannot contest it.
The Iron Lynx car just has no grip. You can clearly see that NOP have got the superior grip. They've got the superior tyre.
What about Fury and Delta V for the LMP2 Pro Am?
They've still got a full lap of racing to go. We've just seen one move done at the chicane. What about this? Rafael Patel, who was involved in a few dramas earlier on, is now going to try and look on the back of the Fury sport car of Matthew Luke to the outside. Jinx to the inside, back to the outside. Is he going to look to make it done here? No, he's not. Tucks back in. He's got a handful of opportunities left to go. Has Rafael Patel here. Delta V versus Fury. Iron Lynx versus NOP. They're still in this of the Iron Lynx car. Still within 0.3 of a second. They've not given up on it. Here comes Patel to the source. Backs out of that one very quickly.
And he's not going to be able to get the move done on Kemmel. So the gap is just too much. Unless he has a low downforce on that car and he can push the drag away from that Fury car into the fire, into Lacombe, then the only move is the logical option, is the only logical move you can do. You're going to have to try and move around the bus stop with 1 lap to go.
Here we go then. 1 lap to go. NOP's now got the gap up to half a second to the Iron Lynx car. You've got to feel that Sundström's got that one done at the bus stop chicane last time around. And it's now between Matthew Luke and Rafael Patel, the leaders in Pro-Am here of LMP2. 4 hours of racing comes down to this. This is why we love the endurance side of racing. Stop. And has Patel just gone a little wide through Ravage? He's lost a lot of time. But here comes Mikael Sundström and the NOP team. They'll all be there ready to cheer on as he comes and takes the checkered flag to win round 4. Great drive from the NOP team. Nathan Walter and Iron Lynx second place. What a drive from them. But we go back to that battle between Fury and Delta V. The NL Academy have come home second place in LMP3. We'll wait for Simitok and Impact to win their categories as well. Believe that the Simitok car, the Simitok car's nowhere near. Neither is the LMGT3. These will cross the line first. So what is going to happen? I don't think Patel's close enough. I think he's made a bit of a hash of this last lap, and this could go the way of the Fury team.
Yeah, I think Patel had one move to go, and I think he exhausted that move around the La Source. And after that, he just had nothing else to give. And Matthew Luke is going to come away with the win on Pro-Am.
Here's Matthew Luke for the Pro-Am win. Fury have done it. After a bit of a topsy-turvy race for them, the Fury team take the win from Rafael Patel in the Delta V car. We go back then towards that of Liam Kilton. The Acura is going to win here in LMGT3. It rounds the final corner. Had a great fight with the Ferrari. Got the job done on it. And the Acura wins. And now Danny Buntshu, he will approach the line. Second place has already finished in LMP3. We just await the Simatec car to win in that category. But what a drive from NOP and from Fury today.
Yeah, excellent drive from NOP. When we thought they were going to be down, they wouldn't have any room for them to come back. Just like Jean Grey and the Phoenix in X-Men, they come back and then they come back with a fury, and they win. And as soon as they open up the final lap, and I know people would say, "Oh, well, what about the lead lap?" And we went into Pro-Am. Let's be honest. There was no chance. Don't not taking away what Nathan Walter did. It's just that the car had no grip else for him to do. Even though the car could be at its slightest, NOP were so dominant today that it would be next to impossible for Nathan to come and try to conquer back. And I didn't see any of the gap to be around 0.3 of a second at any spot. So that's why Fury and Delta V at some point would be the better battle. And again, Matthew Luke holding Patel off, and Patel deservedly so, him and Dauphiné earning that P2 spot for Delta V in a really good race for them. An impact on GT3, well earned, and Bunchu and his Sigma-Talk team, I think finally deserving that win of what happened on Imola when it was taken away from them.
Fantastic racing here. 4 hours, and it comes down to one lap. You just feel if that full course yellow stayed out till after the leaders passed La Source, would it have been different for Iron Lynx? It wasn't. We got the result. What a fantastic day of racing. The Acura as well, you have to feel sorry for the Impact Acura team. They had a bit of a misfortune back at Imola as well, a few incidents and a penalty they picked up. So for them to get the win as well is a huge thing for them, as well as Sigma-Talk. But what a day, what a race, what a 4 hours we've had. We do it all again in a month's time, the 13th of September. We do it at Silverstone. And we get to go once again.
Yeah, we can finally breathe a little bit now as we look through the results.
Final race results then for the LMP2 category. It's LOP from Iron Lynx, Mermica from the GazX team, Tri-State from Impact, WOSR from the APO Racing, and Turn 1 rounded out the top 10. 11th place was the NL Academy, who retired from this one on lap 34. The Pro-Am results went the way of Fury in the end from Delta V, with the VGTR Esports, who had to make a splash and dash at the end, dropping to third. W2E Pro Group P4, Pro GP, P4. Good result for your team there, Lorenzo. Revolution was P5 from Prismatic in 6th. Impact P7. The GazX Racing Team 92 P8. Jeffrey Ross and the Velotti Team P9. And then Alpine by XRL P10. Feel sorry for the Revolution Team P5. Wheel disconnection with 4 minutes to go. They was on for the win. Was Rico Kohlmeier there? That's a shame for him. And then Sigma-Talk was your winners, with Danny Bunchu taking the checkered flag with the NL Academy. CCR, Tri-State Prismatic, DSDF Racing, Velotti and Kitsune, who retired down on lap 65. Then LMGT3, great result for the Impact team from Vortex. Project 91 from Fisher, Dynaco. Delta Racing by Tri-State. Rising Panda was ahead of the Italian job. VR Racing from Delta Racing. Eagle Speed, the Screeching Mooses. Old Firm, Quadash, PSE and Frida Sport. And that then was your top, your winners and final classifications. I say final provisional classifications. We have got Mikael Sundström in the waiting area. We're going to bring him in for a quick chat. Mikael, you are live on the European Sports Car Championship. Well done today. Congratulations. Well done. What a win for the team.
Yeah, thank you very much, first of all. That was super intense the last hour or so with the endless restarts. I don't want to see the back of that safety car for a long time.
It was a pretty crazy hour and a half, wasn't it? A few safety cars. Talk us through your emotions when that full course yellow came out at the end.
I don't think I can repeat that on podcast. It was, I don't know. It felt like a script book was being used somewhere to going almost too wide into the bus stop and then hearing standby for full course yellow. It's not a lot of fun.
It only lasted half a lap, thankfully, and you managed to pull off a brilliant move to take the win going on to the last lap. Just talk us through that move, because it was really well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was obviously I saw we were catching, and when we got closer, it felt like I was a fair bit faster in a straight line. So, well, two options. Lecombe or bus stop, and I don't know, got a good exit from Stavolo, got a good slipstream, braked a little bit later.
Yeah.
I had problems breaking into the bus stop all day, but I don't know. All the pushing at the end, I guess, helped out a bit to calibrate.
Well, the one time you need it, the one time it's paid off. The race, though, from you and from your teammate there, Marcus Beifeld, was really well done, wasn't it? Led from the pole, kind of almost dominated that race. It felt like you was very much in control all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, we had pretty good pace. Marcus more so than me. Strategy, I don't know. We didn't have our dedicated strategist for this one, so we were kind of guessing a little bit. But it seemed like we guessed all right.
We head to Silverstone in a month's time. What can we do around Silverstone?
Honestly, I have no idea. Never driven their car around that track. But I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be Silverstone is a fantastic multi-class track, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Finally,
maybe we get
anybody?
some British weather too. I don't know.
You don't want the British weather. I mean, it's not been wet for a while, so well, fingers crossed. A bit of rain would be absolutely lovely, I think. Anybody you'd like to thank finally?
As always, I want to thank Seb, our setup. Helps me build setups and does a fantastic job. Thanks also to Fabs, who helps us out with strategy. Obviously, thanks to Marcus. Thanks to our sponsors as well, Simrace Technique and Hagström Systems.
Brilliant. Mikael, congratulations on the win today. Enjoy that one, and we'll see you at Silverstone.
Thank you very much.
Lorenzo, we've got Danny Bunchu and the two Acura drivers in the chat. Who would you like to speak with?
Well, let me grab the guys from Fury. Can I grab them first?
I don't see them.
They are. Trust me, I'll bring them right here.
That's fine. You bring the Fury guys in, yeah.
Yeah. So actually, you might have to bring him. I cannot bring him. Matthew J. Luke, they're on the stewards' waiting room instead of the broadcast waiting room.
Right. Okay. I can't see that. So yeah.
Don't know if I can bring them, but I'll bring Bunchu then. I'll bring Bunchu.
No problem.
So bringing Danny. So Danny, mate, Imola, you had a little bit of a heartbreak, a battle all the way till the end. Of course, the penalty took a good result away from you. Basically, a sure race win. But this time, I think you left. You and your team in Sematok had left no doubts.
Yeah, that was clearly an amazing race for us. Just everything went perfect. The strategy, we had the pace, and just everything perfect. And it's a real pleasure to finally win a race, especially after Imola, after we had the last minute penalty. So yeah, really happy about it.
Yeah, talk us through about this race, because LMP3 seemed to be a little bit of a, up and down at some moments. We could see Prismatic leading at one point, maybe Kitsune, you guys. Was there any uncertainty given how many yellow flags and the lengthy safety car procedures that we had in this race that maybe our strategy wasn't going to be the right one at the end of things?
Yeah, the thing that the races are really a lot of things can happen, and especially this year there was a lot of safety car, full cross yellow and everything. So yeah, every time the strategy change, you have to care about the fuel and everything. And even us, the LMP3, we are slower than the P2 and faster than the GT3. So when all the field is packed, sometimes it's pretty difficult to make some place and not be in danger. And sometimes crashes can happen. And but fortunately this time we did pretty well. We managed it well, and everything good.
Nice. And moving forward, next race of the season, we go away from Spa, another iconic circuit in Silverstone. good chances of us getting the British weather in there. If not, blame Matthew. But how's the feeling around Silverstone, and how ready would you say you would be for the British circuit?
No, I think that me and my team are confident. Since the beginning of the year, we are fast. We have the pace to win. Unfortunately, in the first 3 rounds, we were not too lucky. But yeah, I think that with this win in Spa, we're just heading to Silverstone with full of confidence.
Oh, that's nice. Hoping that you guys get a really good result out there. But before I let you go, Danny, anybody want to thank from the Sim Talk crew or anybody watching in specific?
Thanks to you. Thank you.
Oh, I mean, do you want to thank anybody?
Sorry, sorry, I didn't understand. Yeah, I really want to thank my teammates, Marius and David, because they did really an amazing job. Even with the strategy and everything, it was really clear, just no problem at all during the whole race. And also my team Simatouch for everything. And yeah, it's a pleasure to race with them.
Wow, that's nice. That's really cool. Danny, thank you so much, man, for joining us here on the broadcast booth. And we'll see you in about 3 weeks in Silverstone.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Danny Bunchu there then. Let's get in the 2 Acura drivers for this one. Trevor and Liam, welcome. You're live on the ESCC YouTube channel. First of all, congratulations. Well done in that Acura today. Really drove it well. Good fight with the Ferrari early on.
Yeah, it was he was pushing pretty hard. First and foremost, I was definitely afraid he was gonna send a move on me, but thankfully we were able to match the pace and kind of pull away for a bit.
It was a good bit of pace though from yourselves, wasn't it? After you'd cleared the Ferrari, you'd managed to pull away and create a gap, and it was just about managing your race from there, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Tires, fuel, everything. Just maintaining a pace that's not going to get us caught or in trouble, really.
The last stint was an interesting one, to say the least, because I was debating whether he was actually going to pit or not. Just talk us through it from your point of view. Was it always the case of trying to splash and dash at the end? Obviously, we saw a lot of full course yellows and a lot of virtual safety cars today.
Yeah, kind of what you said, Matthew. From the beginning of the race, no, that was not the plan. But obviously, as you know, we slow down, we start saving more fuel, more tires. That kind of extended that first stint and really shrunk that second stint. The goal there was try and stretch the fuel out as far as we can. Tires felt pretty good with all the slowdowns, so really wanted to get some, make up some time, try and build a bit of a gap, and then come in for fuel. We didn't take any tires with about 14 minutes left. We didn't think it'd be worth, the outlap, the warm up, and just any risk, with cold tires spinning, whatnot. So we decided to just play it safe and come in for the quick splash and dash at the end.
With all the disruptions that we've seen today, all the virtual safety cars and full course yellows, how does that impact you as a team? Obviously, you're thinking on your feet constantly. Just give us an insight into that from a driver's perspective.
Got to be very flexible. We go into the race with a plan, and plans got to change. And I think part of the success today was just being flexible, having Trevor talk me through what's going on. I doing the same for Trevor when he's in the car, just filling him in on what we should do, kind of checking traffic around us, etc., just to see what's the best situation we can put ourselves in for the end.
We head to Silverstone in a month's time. Obviously, a good Imola backed up by a great Spa. What can we do on British soil? Obviously, Silverstone, really good circuit, old school circuit once again. What can we do around there?
I think we're ready. We've seen on our team the Acura is pretty good at Silverstone. I'm really personally hoping we get some of that British weather. I do love a bit of racing in the rain. But I think after we had a bit of a bumpy first half of the season, and now I think this is a great diving board to launch ourselves into the second half, and I think we can really keep going up from here.
Fantastic. Finally, anybody you'd like to thank today?
I'd like to
Liam?
thank. Yeah.
No, go ahead. I'll let you go first.
Yeah, I want to thank first of all Corbin and the rest of the Impact team, getting the setup, getting the practice sessions and everything dialed for this race. I want to thank all of our sponsors and partners that help us, be the greatest we can be. Personally, I want to thank my girlfriend Mia. She's always supporting my hobby of sim racing, and that means the world to me. So that's all I've got.
Trevor?
Yeah, like Liam said, Corbin and Impact for getting us out there on the track, as well as our partners, Fist, Sims by Racers, all the guys that really put this program together. And then special thanks to Daniel Mills, that is my coach. He's helped improve my driving quite a bit.
There we go. Well, congratulations to both of you. Great win for you in LMGT3. We'll see you next time at Silverstone.
Thank you.
Sound like a plan.
So there we go then. Race winners. It seems like that is everybody we have to speak to today, Lorenzo, on what has been a fantastic day of racing here at Spa.
It's been great. It's been phenomenal racing. Very dramatic from top to bottom, from start to finish. So, but then again, that's just how Spa is from time to time. It is just that kind of dramatic racing. You got to deal with that. We got to deal with the roller coaster of emotions. And congratulations on all winners. And now we can relax a little bit.
Yep.
Catch our breath. Maybe I have to get on the cockpit here on my seat, and get prepped for me to drive Silverstone. We'll never know. But other than that, we'll see how this one will go forward for Silverstone in 3 weeks.
Indeed we will. What a day it has been here in Belgium. Spa-Francorchamps has provided some great action. And we head to my home country of Silverstone. Go on.
By the way, I just got confirmation. The Fury SimSport team has a drive-through penalty issued by making contact with the number 12. And they have a pending result on the Pro-Am, so that win could be taken away from them. I just want to bring this to attention. I just got authorization.
Potential drive-through penalty for the Fury team, which could lose them the race win. So that is provisional. Obviously, all the results are provisional while the stewards go through the decisions, but a potential penalty for the Fury SimSport car, which could lose them the race win. Results are all unofficial, and we will bring you on our social media platforms the full results at the end. So Fury SimSport, that is, with a potential penalty hanging over them. We'll see what happens. Either way, Silverstone in a month's time before we end in Algarve at the end of October. 13th of September. You're not going to want to miss it. Thank you to Lorenzo for joining me in the commentary box once again, and Samuli for all the pictures and replays that you have seen on your screen today. Thank you all for tuning in and being a part of this fourth round of the season. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.